Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 29-24. Long Chen spent a day traveling at top speed and left the area where he had obtained the longevity grass and the dead world blood bead. This great pure sky is really big. After traveling for a day, it seems like I've traveled a long way. Quick, bring it over. There are still many places that I haven't been to. The first thing he had to do now was to subdue the longevity grass. The longevity grass had been struggling in his hands for a long time. Perhaps the longevity emperor and the others had a way to track it. It would be best if he could subdue it as soon as possible and use it as his own creation artifact. Now that I can completely subdue 2 primordial chaos grade creation artifacts, even War God Ji-Du can use 2, and Xingwuji can also use 2. I should challenge mastering 3 primordial chaos grade creation artifacts at the same time. Although it's a little difficult, its power will definitely be greater. With this idea in mind, he began to act. Most importantly, he liked the longevity grass very much when he first saw it. Currently, the life law and karma law are still stagnant and haven't made any progress. It would be great if I could find some new ideas from this longevity grass. Laws were the most important to him. Currently, he spent most of his time pondering over laws and how to hone them more perfectly. From the first time he used the Annihilation Dragon Seal until now, there was actually a huge gap. After successfully escaping, he held the snake-like longevity grass in both hands and began to suppress and subdue it. His will entered the world of the longevity grass. It was an extremely vast world of life, filled with endless green forests. The entire world had a very majestic vitality. However, as soon as Long Chen entered, a giant green snake appeared in front of Long Chen. It was an extremely huge snake. Long Chen looked very small in front of it. The entire world was actually a part of this long snake, and the forests were just the fluff on its body. This was a strange long snake. Because Long Chen had snatched it back from War God Ji-Du, this long snake had a strong hostility towards him. It had belonged to the Golden Imperial Palace for too long and had accompanied War God Ji-Du for too long. It was actually quite difficult for it to submit to Long Chen. Unless War God Ji-Du died. Creation heroic spirits generally listen to the wishes of their previous masters. For example, when Great Emperor Donghua passed the Divine Sword Demon Tower to Long Chen had yet to grasp the power of the Divine Sword Demon Tower. War God Ji-Du did not let Long Chen inherit the longevity grass. In fact, it was Long Chen who had snatched it. The good fortune heroic spirits were very intelligent. For example, in the battlefield of gods and demons, when they lost the sun-shooting divine bow to Long Chen, they were more willing to do so. However, now that they were under Mo Shaolang, they didn't seem to expect their original master to win them back. Long Chen's good fortune spirit was very hostile. It probably knew that Long Chen alone couldn't compete with the Golden Imperial Palace, so it made up its mind not to be subdued by Long Chen. When Long Chen just entered, it began to fight with Long Chen. Such a huge snake was about to swallow Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen turned into the Tai Chi living dragon in front of it. The 15 dragon heads descended majestically. In front of the ancestor of life, no matter how unwilling the longevity grass was, it had to crawl on the ground and tremble. It didn't expect Long Chen to be such an existence. I subdued you to give you a better opportunity. The Golden Imperial Palace has limited your growth. Follow me, and together with you, we will open up new horizons. I have a deeper understanding of life than the gods of the Golden Imperial Palace. Therefore, I am the most suitable master for you. The 15 dragon heads of Long Chen spoke at the same time. Before the appearance of the Tai Chi living dragon, it was impossible for the longevity grass to submit. But after it appeared, the aura of the ancestral dragon made the longevity grass feel like it was the ancestor of all things, as if it had seen its ancestor. At this moment, the fire of life of Long Chen burned on the longevity grass and the long snake. This is the true power of life. Under the burning of this fire of life, the longevity grass was intoxicated. It didn't take long for the longevity grass to forget War God Ji-Du and submit to Long Chen, becoming the 3rd mixed essence level divine artifact for Long Chen to use. Very good. In the future, with the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda and the longevity grass, his strength would be even stronger. The longevity grass still had many mysteries, and he had to carefully explore them in the future. Since he had snatched it, Long Chen naturally wanted it to play a big role. Next, it's the Dead World Blood Bead. After dealing with the longevity grass and the Dead World Blood Bead, he prepared to head to the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. In the God Nation, the child prodigy was imprisoned in a sealed space by Long Chen. Long Chen took him out, and the longevity grass happened to be of use. He entangled the child prodigy but didn't let him feel pain. The child's eyes were red from crying, and he looked at Long Chen. As soon as he appeared, he cried pitifully, "Big brother, don't kill me, okay? Don't listen to other people's nonsense. I'm a human, not a rule. The dead world blood bead you speak of should be with me, but I'm a living person. Big brother, I beg you, don't kill me." The child's crying was indeed heartbreaking. Long Chen also had children, so he hesitated for a moment and didn't make a move. In the God Nation, the girls looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on, but from their eyes, they seemed to believe the child prodigy, and their faces were full of heartache. Maybe the devil lied to us. Maybe the Tao ancestor lied to us. How could such a cute child be just a rule? Everyone started talking at once. Long Chen was silent for a while, then said, "I can spare you, but I have to take the dead world blood bead from you. Trust me, after I take it, I promise you'll be fine. What do you think?" If this child prodigy was just a rule, Long Chen could only say that the Tao ancestor was too powerful to be able to create a life that was no different from an ordinary child. Long Chen used the rule of life to observe his life, and found that it was no different from an ordinary deity. "No, you won't take it. This thing is very special. If you take it, you'll take away my life, but I can try it myself. Big brother, please give me this chance. I want to live. My mother and father are still waiting for me to come home." Long Chen listened carefully to him. "In other words, I have to let go of your hands and feet and let you do it yourself." To be honest, if the dead world blood bead had been on any beast, Long Chen would have acted immediately, but it was this child. Moreover, Long Chen really couldn't tell whether this was just a rule or not. He couldn't kill an innocent child, so he, who never hesitated when it came to killing, hesitated at this time. In fact, Mo Xiaolang was the same before. Otherwise, he would have acted as soon as they met, and by the time War God Kidu arrived, he would have already obtained the dead world blood bead. However, once he let go of his words, who knew whether this child was telling the truth or not? Previously, he had suddenly disappeared in front of Long Chen. If he let go of his words, it would be even more difficult to catch him. "Don't listen to him." At this time, a voice came from afar. This was the voice of the devil. Why is he nearby? Long Chen had hidden very far away before he could subdue the longevity grass here. In the blink of an eye, the devil came on a cloud with his 4 beautiful wives and concubines. He looked at Long Chen with envy and clicked his tongue. "You and I are really fated. I heard that you took the dead world blood bead, so I was ready to go to the next area to look for new dead world blood beads. It's only been a day, and I've met you again." Long Chen controlled the child prodigy, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why? Do you want to snatch it from me?" Sensing Long Chen's murderous intent, the devil was so scared that he shrunk his head and said, "How is that possible? I defeated Qi Mei and Wang Liang alone and forced them to show their true colors. At the same time, I defeated War God Kidu and snatched his longevity grass. Only then did I obtain the dead world blood bead. The news about you has spread. It's obvious that the entire Taiqing sky is looking for you." Long Chen naturally knew that after defeating War God Kidu, he would become famous in the Taiqing sky. He didn't expect it to be so fast. It had only been a day. "I don't want to court death, so of course I won't snatch the dead world blood bead from you. However, since we are fated to meet, there are 2 things I have to tell you." "Go ahead," the devil said. "You obtained the dead world blood bead, and before the dead world opens, you will be in high demand. Everyone will want to snatch your dead world blood bead. You also defeated War God Kidu. Not only did you defeat him, but you also snatched the longevity grass. This is a violation of the Golden Imperial Palace." It said that Great Emperor Chongshang and Great Emperor Yuehua were furious on the spot. They claimed that they would find you and cripple you. These 2 are characters on the Divine Emperor list. Moreover, almost all of the Golden Imperial Palace has come out to seek revenge on you. If you want to live, think of more ways. This is the first point I want to say. This was actually within Long Chen's expectations. Opportunity and risk always coexisted. "Thank you." "What's the second thing?" This defeated opponent was still kind enough to remind him. This made Long Chen have a good impression of him. The devil glanced at the child prodigy and said, "This child prodigy is bullying you because you are new. That's why he used this method to deceive you. Let me tell you, when the dead world opened and the child prodigy was sent out, many people were deceived like you. As long as the restraints are removed, the child prodigy will immediately escape. He is just a rule. He can change his position at any time. You won't be able to find him for a lifetime. Listen to me, quickly kill him and take the dead world blood bead. Otherwise, he will find a way to escape on his own. Everyone in the supreme clear sky knows about this. If you don't believe me, just ask someone else." It seemed like what he said was true. "I'll take my leave first." At this point, the devil rolled his eyes and strode away. "Big brother, don't listen to him. He's lying to you. Don't kill me." The child prodigy was panic-stricken and crying. Every expression on his face was so real. Longchen said, "Whether it's true or not, I'll know after asking a few more people. However, I believe that you will be fine after I take the dead world blood bead. Don't worry, I'll give it a try." Longchen's words scared the hell out of the child prodigy. He immediately began to cry loudly. Longchen knew that now was not the time to hesitate or be wishy-washy. He roughly knew where the dead world blood bead was. The moment his dragon claw pierced into the child prodigy's body, a terrifying repulsive force came from the child prodigy's body. Blood chi surged and dyed Longchen's fingers. The child prodigy in front of him instantly turned into a cloud, and in the middle of the cloud was a thick blood color. The devil was right. This thing really is lying to me. Longchen stretched out his hand and grasped the object that was overflowing with blood chi. A familiar feeling descended. The devil madly ran for a long time. Chapter 29-25. The blood bead of the dead world was not hard, but rather soft, like a ball of dough. It felt like skin. When Longchen held the blood bead of the dead world, the mist created by the rules around him suddenly dissipated. His power was recognized by the rules. For the time being, the owner of the blood bead of the dead world was Longchen. But what shocked Longchen the most was the message from the blood bead of the dead world. In that instant, Longchen's vision turned red. He saw a boundless world that was engulfed by the scarlet death chi. It was tranquil and terrifying, and Longchen felt as though he was connected by blood. That's right. It's almost certain that it's the lost world of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. I can use the Death World Dragon Gate to open the gate to that world, but I can't go in through the Death World Dragon Gate. Longchen told the news to everyone. In that case, we will have to make a trip to the Death World. Mo Xiaolang was not worried. He knew that this world belonged to Longchen. If he went in, he would have a huge advantage over anyone else. Since Di Jun is #1 on the Divine Emperor list, we really need to go in and hide. When the time is right, you can end this feud with him, said Lingxi. Basically, everyone had the same goal. Longchen squinted and felt the feeling from the blood bead of the dead world. The feeling of the death chi was indeed the aura of the death world, which was the same source as the power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. The blood bead of the dead world was like a heart, beating gently in Longchen's hand. Then, let's go to the Supreme Purity Palace now. Be careful on the way so that we can learn the specific process and details of the opening of the death world. Only 4 blood beads of the dead world had appeared, so it should be at the beginning. Longchen was lucky to get the blood bead of the dead world so quickly, so that he could take the initiative. Let's go. He led the trillions of lives of the entire god nation towards the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Actually, the people of the Divine Kingdom had already adapted to life there. To them, this was already their home. Especially after coming to this eternal level world, their cultivation base had grown even more. Even though many of them had the power of a god, in their eyes, Longchen was like the creator of the world. However, Longchen was unwilling. What he wanted was to rebuild the dragon sacrificial continent and rebuild its glory, so that all the descendants of the dragons would have a true home that belonged to them. This was his passion and ambition. From the bodies of the gods and devils along the way, as long as he used the Eye of Desire, he would be able to easily obtain the specific location of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. His location was very simple. It was at the core of the entire Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. There were countless living beings along the way. The blood bead of the dead world was the key item, and Longchen had already hidden it well. The longevity grass had completely submitted to Long Chen and became his third primordial chaos creation divine artifact. Long Chen realized that even though he had to bear the burden of 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts, he didn't feel any pressure. In fact, he even had to bear the burden of 4. His primordial spirit and strength were sufficiently resilient. I wonder what the eternal level treasure that the 3 Tao ancestors left in the dead world is. When I advance to the next realm, I will be able to control an eternal level treasure, and my strength will improve greatly. At that time, I will be able to challenge Di Jun. After all, he even has many eternal level treasures. In the entire third heaven, only the 3 Tao ancestors can do anything to Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already become someone who could compete with and contend against these terrifying figures. This in itself was a kind of miracle. When I become a true God Emperor, or even a supreme God, it will not be a problem for me to control the Origin Dragon Palace. The Origin Dragon Palace is definitely not as simple as it is now. If they knew that Long Chen had a 9th grade Origin Divine artifact, perhaps even the top existences in the myriad of worlds, the barbaric ancient god of Panga continent and heavenly god Lu Ya of the heavenly god region would go crazy. They might not even have an Origin Divine artifact in their hands. Long Chen was moving forward at a high speed. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Someone was approaching him, and there were quite a few of them. He stopped abruptly. The speed of the other party was too fast, completely surpassing him. This should be someone who truly surpassed Long Chen. It was useless even if he ran for his life. The other party had caught up to him. Not just one person. Behind and to his side, there was a pressure that almost suffocated Long Chen. A supreme god would not deal with Long Chen. Someone who could suppress him like this and make it difficult for him to escape now must be a supreme god emperor. Someone who was in the same realm as Di Jun. Now, Long Chen could already fight against perfected divine emperors. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, 2 gods appeared on the left and behind of Long Chen. They had completely sealed off all possible escape routes for Long Chen. At the same time, they had absolute confidence, because no matter which direction they chose, they were much stronger than Long Chen. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was elegant. The man was clad in a dark green robe embroidered with precious primal chaos treasures. The woman was even more exaggerated. She was a peerless beauty to begin with. Every detail on her body was flawless, but she was also adorned with many sparkling jewels. Her long silver dress was actually weaved with extraordinary primal chaos treasures, sparkling brightly. These 2 people had a more majestic life aura than war god Ji Du, and they were even stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen could easily guess who they were since they had such achievements and were so similar to young master Ji Du. Great Emperor Chongshang was said to be ranked 19th on the God King list. His wife, Great Emperor Yuehua, the mother of young master Ji Du, was also on the God Emperor list, but slightly behind. There are countless God Emperors, but only 100 can be on the God Emperor list. From this, it can be seen that their battle prowess is a level higher than ordinary ultimate God Emperors. Especially Great Emperor Chongshang, the creator of the #1 force under Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, he should be infinitely close to Di Jun or Long Chen. Great Emperor Chongshang didn't speak. Great Emperor Yuehua looked down at Long Chen, her tone indifferent. In fact, she was forcibly suppressing her anger. The other party injure her son, snatched the Death Realm blood bead, and even snatched the longevity grass. This was simply not taking the couple seriously. Such actions not only humiliated war god Ji Du, but also Great Emperor Chongshang and Great Emperor Yuehua. After seeing Long Chen, they didn't tear Long Chen apart, which was already protecting their image as experts. After they arrived, other god emperors arrived one after another. All of them were from the Golden Imperial Palace. Their experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. It seems that in order to track Long Chen, the Golden Imperial Palace has mobilized its entire force. Other than Eternal Emperor and Yuehua Great Emperor, there were actually 2 Ultimate Realm Deity Emperors, which Long Chen couldn't deal with. The total number of Ultimate Realm Deity Emperors in the Tai Ching heavens didn't exceed 20. The Golden Imperial Palace had a total of 4, and 2 of them were on the Deity Emperor ranking. In fact, Long Chen didn't know that Great Emperor Chongshang was the 3rd strongest expert in Supreme Purity Heavens, second only to Tao Ancestor Tai Ching. He was the one behind Long Chen. The devil. Long Chen even saw old monster Tianxi in the Golden Imperial Palace's team. When he saw Long Chen, Old monster Xueqi chuckled at him as though he didn't know what was going on today. He must be the one who told Great Emperor Chongshang about my whereabouts. Long Chen smiled helplessly. Originally, he thought the devil was someone who would help him like the Dark Star God Emperor. Since he had done this, it could only be regarded as a pity. Have you been scared out of your wits? We've finally found you. You have no idea, but in order to find you, we used a chaotic primordial immortal essence as a reward. This belongs to Tianxi. Great Emperor Yuehua frowned slightly. As long as she moved slightly, the jewels on her would flicker with a wondrous light. Under this light, she seemed even more beautiful and sacred. At this moment, Long Chen was completely surrounded. My little friend Long Chen, I've helped you out so much, so it's not too much for you to help me out too. I'll treat this as a gift from you today. Farewell. The devil had a guilty conscience. After taking the item, he left in a hurry. Just treat it as a gift. I might be alive to take it, but I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it. The devil had only made it halfway when Long Chen's voice made him shudder. How dare you be so arrogant? Great Emperor Yuehua scolded. He stared at Long Chen with his jade-green eyes. Just his pupils were extremely profound. Every single eye seemed to contain a world brimming with life. The tremendous presence of life was basically rare, but the pressure that came with it was something that Long Chen struggled to endure. Long Chen, you defeated my son head-on, so we have nothing to say. But you took my son's longevity grass, which is against the rules. Now that you've fallen into our hands, return the longevity grass and then hand over the dead world blood bead. As for the rest, we can let it go. Great Emperor Chongshang probably felt that it was already embarrassing enough that his son was defeated, so he didn't want to make it bigger. But Great Emperor Yuehua didn't seem to think so. She hurriedly said, no, it's not that simple. He injured Ji Du so badly. As his parents, if we don't teach him a lesson, how can Ji Du vent his anger? Ji Du has been greatly affected this time, so we must punish him severely. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Chongshang didn't want to be so ungentlemanly, but seeing that Great Emperor Yuehua had made up her mind, he didn't stop her. If he didn't let her vent her anger, she wouldn't be at peace for a long time. Do you want to do it yourself, or do I have to do it? Great Emperor Yuehua's eyes were silver, like two sharp swords. She didn't cultivate the longevity law, but in terms of lethality, she should be quite fierce, which could be seen from her character. Even if Long Chen reached the perfected deity emperor realm, he wouldn't be a match for Great Emperor Yuehua. She could casually give out a primordial chaos immortal soul, and with tens of millions of years of cultivation and laws, it was normal for her to crush Long Chen. Double suppression. Long Chen felt as if there were two mountains pressing on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Do you want to do it yourself, or do I have to do it? Great Emperor Yuehua scolded again. Her voice was so loud that it was almost tearing Long Chen's head apart. The deities couldn't help but look at Long Chen with pity. This kid is too bold. He even dared to touch war god Ji Du. Not only did he touch him, but he also took the longevity grass. Really. Chapter 29-26. Long Chen was at death's door. Not only did he not kneel and beg for mercy, but he also said something that made Yuehua so angry that her head was about to explode. These days, when her son was defeated and lost the longevity grass and death realm blood bead, her heart was tormented. She swore to tear Long Chen into pieces on the spot. It was not easy to catch Long Chen. Before she could humiliate him, he humiliated her. How could there be such an audacious person in this world? Impudent! Moonlight Heavenly Emperor's beautiful face changed in anger. She was furious. The surrounding gods couldn't help but have a headache. They had a new understanding of Long Chen's courage, but they felt that Long Chen was very pitiful because they knew what kind of existence Yuehua was. Her deeds were enough to write several books. Her temper was famous. Just as Yuehua was furious, a beautiful and ethereal woman appeared beside Long Chen. This woman was actually pregnant. After she appeared, she held Long Chen's hand. Unexpectedly, this woman was a god emperor. Lingxi's appearance shocked the furious Yuehua. She had always been fond of beauty. When she saw a beauty that could attract her attention, she would pay special attention. Lingxi's temperament was very similar to Lingsu God Emperor. They were both peerless figures. Goodbye, everyone. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand and smiled coldly. They are escaping. Chongshang Heavenly Emperor felt Lingxi's mysterious law. He suddenly opened his arms and a terrifying force swallowed Long Chen and Lingxi. At this time, stellar transposition was activated. Before Chongshang Heavenly Emperor's power could reach them, they disappeared. Over there, chase! Yu Hua's scream spread across heaven and earth. This time, the teleportation was not too far away. After all, there was not much time to prepare. Therefore, Chongshang Heavenly Emperor quickly knew the direction of Long Chen. They madly chased. The devil! What a coincidence! The first time they moved, they met the old demon Tianqi, who was fleeing in panic. He was the only one there, and his 4 concubines were probably all in his god kingdom. The devil was happily leaving. He was in a good mood after obtaining this item. However, he did not expect that Long Chen, who should have been killed, would suddenly appear in front of him. At that moment, his expression could only be described as marvelous. Yu. He knew what would happen if he met Long Chen again. But how was that possible? How could he appear here under the encirclement of the Longevity Heavenly Emperor and the Moonlight Heavenly Emperor? This was simply like a dream. The reason why he dared to tell the Golden Temple of Long Chen's location was that he knew that Long Chen would definitely be killed by the enraged Moonlight Empress. What? Long Chen wasn't in a hurry since the Longevity Heavenly Emperor hadn't arrived yet. Go to hell. The devil anxiously took out the Heavenly Fate Talisman. The Heavenly Fate Talisman was about to expand and suppress Long Chen. He could only do so. At this moment, Long Chen still owed Lingxi. His other arm suddenly turned into a dragon claw, and the dragon seal of extinction appeared in his palm. The 8 blood-red dragons roared, and their aura surged. At the same time, Long Chen's eyes flashed, and his destiny heavenly pupil and heart's eye of desire were activated at the same time. The devil was too nervous. This time he was too scared. He lost his mind and was suppressed by the law of destiny. Before the Heavenly Fate Talisman was fully released, Long Chen's dragon seal of extinction struck his chest. The outcome was clear. The devil groaned, and his divine soul dissipated. Long Chen did not kill him in the end. Since you answered my question, I'll spare you one last time. If there's a next time you're dead meat, Long Chen whispered in his ear. Of course, the injury to his primordial spirit was much more serious than that of war god Ji-Du. Without Long Chen's power to restrain the dragon seal of annihilation, old demon Tianqi could only hide and recuperate for a long time. Just like now, he quickly fainted and entered a state of suspended animation. At the last moment, he saw Long Chen's eyes. It was a murderous look. He regretted it. This is your punishment. Long Chen casually pressed down on his Tianji talisman and took away the Chaos Primordial Grand Mist Immortal Spirit. It was a medicinal herb that looked like a lingji. Long Chen didn't know what it was. When Long Chen put it in his divine nation, Longevity Immortal Emperor was the first to catch up. It's too late. Long Chen had just said 2 words when Lingxi used the stellar transposition again and disappeared in front of Emperor Chongqing. What followed was a continuous stellar transposition. Lingxi only stopped when she was a little tired. However, she was too far away from her original position. Emperor Chongqing and the rest should not be able to catch up. I'm completely out of danger. That was close. If Lingxi did not have such a heaven-defying skill, I would be dead meat. The stellar transposition was Long Chen's ultimate move to deal with Di Jun. If the opponent was not so strong, he would not have exposed himself in front of the crowd. If Di Jun heard about it, he might have prepared a way to break it. There were countless laws in the myriad world. The stellar transposition was terrifying, but there was always a way to break it. If that method was discovered, it would be impossible for him to escape from Di Jun. Therefore, although Long Chen looked relaxed, he still felt some pressure in his heart. Emperor Chongqing and Yu Hua Heavenly Sovereign are already so terrifying today. Di Jun has even more tricks up his sleeve. Don't forget that he is the one who truly knows the space law. In terms of the stellar transposition, Lingxi might not be as good as him. Therefore, we have to enter the death rain as soon as possible. Although Di Jun was not close to them, the danger he brought to them was getting greater. Long Chen could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Who knew how miraculous Di Jun's space law was? If Epic Devil was the overlord of time, then Di Jun was the ruler of space. Everyone lived in the space-time. Epic Devil. He thought of the death rain and Epic Devil. Long Chen looked at the boundless sea of clouds and endless divine palaces. He thought of a scene. Epic Devil said he would come back when I swallowed him into the death rain. He might be in the death rain, but I'm actually going into the death rain. He felt uncomfortable when he thought of Epic Devil. He had defeated him purely by luck. So far, Long Chen had encountered a few opponents. The three most terrifying ones were the Wronged City Lord, Epic Devil, and Di Jun. Of course, although the Wronged City Lord was weak, to Long Chen, he was indeed terrifying. No, he's just a divine emperor. Perhaps he's far inferior to me now. After understanding this point, Long Chen's heart was finally at ease. He and Lingxi rested for a while before setting off for the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Long Chen completely disappeared from the site of the Golden Temple. It was said that when Long Chen escaped, the Moonlight Empress was so angry that she destroyed many layers of clouds. Fortunately, the Longevity Empress had protected the living, or at least 100 million people would have died. Alright, he took the Heavenly Secret Talisman and the Evil God Lingxi Mushroom. The Evil God Lingxi Mushroom belonged to Hua Yun. He lost it to us. Tell Hua Yun that I have help. Tell him to capture Long Chen. Tell him that if he captures Long Chen, we'll give him everything on Long Chen. One day, the Moonlight Empress's excited voice came from the Golden Temple. For the next few months, Long Chen was safe and sound. The Golden Temple was indeed still hunting him down, but Long Chen was very careful. Lingxi even used the sealed boundary. Once the sealed boundary was used, it was almost foolproof. In fact, the Golden Temple didn't search for him like last time because there was something more important. The other blood orbs of the Death Realm had appeared one after another in the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Apart from the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, there were only 10 spots in total. So every time one appeared, there would be a fight. Many ultimate divine emperors were fighting for this spot. The Golden Temple would snatch a lot each time. In fact, they already had a blood orb of the Death Realm this time. In fact, the opening of the Death Realm is very unfair. The Tai Ching Heavenly Palace has 90 spots, while the others only have 10. Moreover, the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace gave them out directly. There's no need to fight. Yang Lingqing and the others began to discuss. It can't be helped. This belongs to the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace in the first place. They're already very generous to be willing to give up 10. It's the same for the Shangqing Heavenly Palace and Yuqing Heavenly Palace. Boss, it's easy to say. In fact, the eternal level treasures are only snatched by the 3 heavenly palaces. The Death Realm has opened several times. Anyway, the eternal level treasures have never been obtained by outsiders. Even if there are experts among the outsiders, they don't have as many experts as the 3 heavenly palaces. And every time, the top experts are actually from the 3 heavenly palaces. In fact, this was normal because the 3 heavenly palaces represented the strongest battle force here. Without being pursued, Long Chen smoothly reached the core of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. There's a large territory ahead that mortals can't reach. Only immortals can live here. The Tai Ching Heavenly Palace is at the core of this place. Such a large area is called the Boundless Divine Palace. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces of immortals in the clouds. This was the sacred ground of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Chapter 29-27. The Palace of Endless Deity covered a vast area. It was the place with the densest 3 pure qi in Tai Ching heavens. Because of the density of the 3 pure qi, the 3 pure qi would squeeze into the body of mortals and cause them to explode. The core of the Palace of Endless Deity was also the place with the densest 3 pure qi. It was said that all the 3 pure qi in Tai Ching heavens was born here and spread across the entire Tai Ching heavens. Long Chen gazed off into the distance. The fog here had actually thickened quite a bit, and the fog was actually the visible 3 pure qi. It said that the deeper you go, the closer you get to the heavenly palace of great purity, the denser the mist becomes. It's even possible to lose your sense of direction in the clouds and fall into an eternal maze, never to emerge. Around the heavenly palace of great purity at the very core, there's something called the divine lightning of great purity. It varies in strength. Some of the more powerful divine lightning of great purity can basically wipe out god kings when they touch it. There's even lightning that can wipe out god kings. The dense 3 pure qi formed a maze, and the Tai Ching heavenly lightning rampaged in it. This was the natural defense of Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Without the invitation of Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, no one would have the guts to barge in, not even Emperor Chongshang. According to the rules, since I have obtained the Death World Blood Bead, I must go to the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace and show the Death World Blood Bead to the people of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. If I do not receive an invitation, I will have to rely on myself to pass through the range of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Thunder. Mo Xiaolang thought for a while and said, if this is the case, there should be many people who failed to get the Dead World's Blood Bead, so they are lurking in the endless Divine Palace to ambush those who got the Dead World's Blood Bead but let others know about it. So it should be a little difficult for us to reach the Sky Pure Heavenly Palace safely. One should know that even ultimate deity emperors would come out to fight for the Blood Bead. Other than Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace and Golden Palace, there were a few ultimate deity emperors. In fact, every time the Death World opened, they were the ones who went in. Some of them did not even obtain the Blood Bead of the Dead World in the beginning, but they directly lurked outside the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. When those immortals who were lucky enough to obtain the Blood Bead of the Dead World but were unable to protect it, they would be intercepted and killed by them. After arriving here, Long Chen moved forward alone. He used Time Roaming Dragon and hid in the River of Time. He didn't soar into the sky. To all the fiend gods, the vast territory outside the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace was a paradise. The three pure true chi was incomparably dense. Most of the fiend gods would come here to fight for territory, resources, challenges, and breakthroughs. When he passed by this place, the surroundings were very lively. Many of the trading places were selling destinable artifacts, primordial chaos immortal essences, and so on. Items that were once regarded as precious treasures by Long Chen on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent were simply street goods in the Endless Deity Palace. Heaven Secrets Talisman. I'll leave it for you to use in the future. After obtaining the Heaven Secrets Talisman from the devil, Long Chen prepared to give it to Li Xuanji. I don't think I need it. All these years, Li Xuanji had been secretly improving. She interacted more with Lingxi. Now that there were many people, Long Chen didn't have many opportunities to be alone with her. The people around her were very strong, but she didn't feel inferior. She could blend in with everyone. It was just that she had a cold personality and most of the time, she just watched everyone play. I'll use it eventually. There's no hurry. Long Chen first suppressed the Heaven Secrets Talisman. Okay. Li Xuanji knew that he still remembered her. It was enough that he would think of her for everything. Finally there was the Lingxi. Heretical god Lingxi. Long Chen couldn't tell at the beginning. This heretical god Lingxi, which seemed to have nothing to do with flames, was actually a treasure of fire. Actually, Mo Xiaolang had made an error in judgment at the beginning. This heretical god Lingxi has a thick outer skin. The outer skin is a great supplement. It can cleanse one's marrow and tendons, and it can be reborn. It's very useful. But just this alone isn't enough to be considered a primordial chaos immortal spirit. This is actually a primordial chaos immortal spirit that grew in the midst of countless divine flames. It absorbed the divine flame's essence chi for many years, and it condensed a divine flame core in the center. Long Chen had once obtained primordial sparks, but it was inferior to this divine flame core. Since it was a flame item, he naturally handed it to Mo Xiaolang. After Mo Xiaolang devoured it, his strength increased again. However, he was still at the extreme God-King realm and still hadn't entered the God-Emperor realm. I should still be lacking some maturity. Mo Xiaolang was different from Long Chen. He only needed to devour to continue growing stronger. Rules and so on weren't very important to him. But the heretical god Lingxi was still a huge gain for him. The Palace of Infinity was huge. Long Chen had been walking for half a month and still hadn't reached the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. He didn't dare to move too fast, which would attract the attention of the extreme god emperors, or the eternal emperor and the others. Previously, Long Chen had escaped. Long Chen felt that they wouldn't make the same mistake. He passed by many palaces and saw many immortals. Everyone was talking about the Dead World Blood Beads. There's already the 8th Dead World Blood Bead. I heard that the Eternal Emperor got it. There's only 2 left. Who's going to win? It's too early to say who's going to win. Every time at the last moment, there will be a big battle here in the Palace of Infinity. Many who got the Dead World Blood Beads still lost them. It's said that many god emperors who got the dead world blood beads have secretly come to the Palace of Infinity. I also heard that many god emperors have already set up an ambush here. Unless you don't want to see them, you'll be discovered. That's right. I heard that someone saw the evil god of Fire Cloud nearby. The evil god of Fire Cloud. Are you sure? He's an extreme god emperor with a violent temper and evil chi. Even the extreme god emperors don't dare to provoke him. Nonsense. There's only one evil god of Fire Cloud in the Tai Ching heaven. He's the most ruthless one among all the immortals. But didn't he already get a dead world blood bead? Who knows? He might want more. You should know that a dead world blood bead alone can be exchanged for many terrifying treasures. Along the way, Long Chen didn't show himself. He just listened to the conversations. The evil god of Fire Cloud. This made Long Chen think of the evil god Ganoderma. In fact, he didn't know the name of the evil god Ganoderma at first. He only knew about it when he heard that the Eternal Emperor was chasing after him. It was said that he took the Divine Fortune Talisman and the evil god Ganoderma. At the same time, he also heard that the evil god Ganoderma was obtained by the Eternal Emperor from a guy called the evil god of Fire Cloud. Ultimate God Emperor. He's nearby. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. Someone was waiting for him and looking for him. Go. He made a prompt decision to leave this place. But it was too late. If it was an ultimate god emperor, Long Chen basically had zero confidence. He connected the evil god Ganoderma, the Eternal Emperor, and the evil god of Fire Cloud together. He had a bad feeling. Someone was here, waiting for him. He rushed into the dense cloud of mist condensed from the three clear true chi. Trying to leave? It's too late. Suddenly, a sinister and evil laughter rang in his ears. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and looked around. He realized that he was trapped in another space. It was no longer the original world. Moreover, he had been in this world for a while. He didn't feel anything after such a long time. This could only mean that the person who came was very strong. Long Chen quickly calmed down and looked around. He was surrounded by endless clouds, and the palaces of the godly spirits had all disappeared. There was no end to the clouds. At this moment, all the pure white clouds started to turn scarlet red, and the temperature started to rise. Endless flaming clouds appeared in front of Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the endless clouds turned into an endless sea of flames. The surging god flame swept through the world, burning everything in its path. Long Chen was trapped in the middle of it. The evil voice rang out once more. How infuriating. My evil god Ganoderma seems to have been used by you. I lost it to them and was preparing to snatch it back from them. Damn, after saying that. He started laughing again. His voice was extremely sharp, and it made one's hair stand on end. However, the longevity old ghost has already promised me that if I capture you, he will give me everything you have. It is said that you have a beautiful woman. It is said that she is also mine. Yuhua understands me. She knows that I like women the most. The voice of the Fire Cloud heretic god seemed to come from the entire world, coming from all directions. It was as if his shadow was flashing on every cloud. Vaguely, one could see that this was an old man dressed in tattered clothes. His hair was sparse and disheveled, and his entire body was dirty. However, his eyes were filled with evil, and when he smiled, he looked very sinister. This is not an easy opponent. If it was a head-on battle, Lin Fan would definitely lose. This Fire Cloud evil god was definitely not weaker than other ultimate god emperors. Even if he wasn't on the god emperor list, he was still very terrifying. He was even more dangerous than Chongshang Great Emperor. Even Chongshang Great Emperor cared about his face. As for this person, he was purely an evil person who didn't care about his face. Such people were the scariest because they had no bottom line and no dignity. At this moment, the old man in the Fire Cloud evil god appeared in front of Long Chen. His fiery red eyes looked at Long Chen with a smile. Little sweetheart. What a pitiful worm. Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Give me your toes. Maybe if I am happy, you won't be so pitiful. Danger was danger. However, Long Chen didn't think too much. He held the god-slaying sword in one hand and pulled Lingxi with the other. After Lingxi appeared, she was already preparing for the revolving star passage technique. At this moment, Long Chen erupted with divine power and slashed out with his sword. The sword of time tore the layers of clouds apart and pounced towards the fire cloud evil god. Even so, the fire cloud evil god was still laughing with his hands on his waist. Revolving star passage technique. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him because the revolving star passage technique had already been completed. Even if he was imprisoned in the fire cloud evil god's world, Lingxi might still be able to escape. Swoosh! The two of them disappeared. Boom! When they reappeared, the surroundings were burning hot. Long Chen looked around and realized that he was still in the fire cloud evil god's world. Impossible! I just left that world. Why am I here again? Lingxi was also very surprised. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. This is indeed not the world just now. However, it is still under the other party's control. Just as he was about to let Lingxi try again, the fire cloud heretic god transformed from a ball of fire into a human form and mocked, "Children, don't waste your energy. This is my destinable divine artifact, the heavenly cloud fire world. It is formed by the 9 great worlds. You will never be able to leave this place. If not for that, Emperor Yuehua wouldn't have let me deal with you. However, I have to thank you, because this girl is really to my liking." Chapter 29-28. This heavenly fire world reminded Long Chen of the 5 Extremes 10 Realms Demon Sealing Formation. Back then, he used the 5 Extremes 10 Realms Demon Sealing Formation to trap a group of primeval troll. Those primeval troll rushed from one world to another, unable to escape the formation. Long Chen simply killed them one by one. Unexpectedly, he fell for the same trick today. Obviously, this fire cloud heretic god had communicated with the Golden Imperial Palace. Or it was because he had the heavenly fire world and was the previous owner of the Ganoderma that he appeared here and attacked Long Chen. My sky cloud flame world. The 9 worlds form a reincarnation cycle. In this reincarnation cycle, even if you use the laws of space, you can only move from one world to another. You will never be able to escape from the reincarnation cycle. Are you afraid? Terrified? The fire cloud heretic god pressed his skinny palm on his forehead, his shoulders convulsing with laughter. Chen. Lingxi tried several times to travel from one world to another. Indeed, no matter what she did, she was bound by the heavenly fire world. The heavenly fire world was constantly changing, one after another. There was no end or exit. And the pressure of this ultimate deity emperor was almost on top of her head. After several attempts to no avail, Long Chen pulled Lingxi back to the god nation. He was calm, but he knew that if there was no other way, today would be a deadly battle with almost no chance of winning. It's very dangerous. Big brother, he's an expert of the fire rule. Although my realm is too far away from his, I can still help him a little in dealing with flames. But he's too strong. Otherwise, I could at least reach the immortal emperor realm after devouring him. That's right. Mo Xiaolang said first. In the god nation, everyone was extremely nervous. An uneasy atmosphere spread around. Everyone could only hope that Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang could leave safely under the restraint of the fire cloud heretic god. If they die, everything will be over. Only then did the fire cloud heretic god stop laughing. He looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze and said, "I heard that you also defeated young Master Ji Du and the Qi, Mei and Wang Liang. It seems that your strength is not bad. I have to deal with you carefully so that you don't escape. That would be too embarrassing for me." Just as he was speaking, a black flame flashed across his stooped body. The black flame swept across his body and actually condensed into an incomparably mighty and domineering black armor. From the helmet to the boots, from top to bottom, it had everything. This armor was very domineering. There were black flames flowing on it. The design on the chest was like a black wolf head, ferocious and fiery. An incomparably violent aura came from it, as though there were millions of wild beasts roaring within it. The entire sky cloud fire world trembled from the tremors. This armor was even more domineering than the Tiandu trident. It was definitely a primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifact. Moreover, it was one of the top ones among them. After all, he was an ultimate deity emperor. Some ultimate deity emperors, such as Di Jun, the heavenly ape deity emperor, and the high bliss deity emperor, already possessed eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Demonic Ancient Path Supreme Fire Divine Armor. The originally wretched fire cloud heretic god, under the contrast of this divine armor, actually became domineering and disdainful, making one feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. Sky Cloud Fire World. Demonic Ancient Path Supreme Fire Divine Armor. What Long Chen did not expect was that in the next instant, this fire cloud heretic god, who had given him a strong sense of crisis, would take out a third primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifact. Heavenly Cluster Cloud Fire Sword. Clad in the supreme fire divine armor of the demonic ancient path, he stretched out both hands, and a flaming long sword was born in his hands. As soon as this sword appeared, it completely suppressed the aura of the supreme fire divine armor of the demonic ancient path. This sword was completely formed from crimson flames, and there were only 3 cores on its body. Those were the 3 fire pearls in the sword. As soon as this sword appeared, even the slightest vibration was enough to shatter the surrounding flaming clouds. This sword was the fire cloud heretic god's ultimate weapon. After the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword appeared, he stuck out his tongue and licked the body of the flaming sword. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm a very sentimental person, and I actually respect all opponents. So no matter who I fight with, I will always display my strongest side, and blast my opponent into pieces. Actually, to deal with you, the Sky Cloud Fire World is enough, but I just won't, hee." He gently put down the flaming long sword, and looked at the long sword in his hand with an infatuated gaze. "Do you see my treasure? Do you have a feeling that this sword is formed from the fusion of 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts? This sword's power is equivalent to 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts. I heard that you have a god-slaying sword, but it seems like I'm going to cut it in half. 3 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts. Fused." Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword. That's right, this sword's aura was monstrous, and there were 3 sword shadows. They were extremely similar, yet slightly different. No wonder there were 3 cores. Speaking of this sword, I'm really a genius. Who knows how long this heavenly cluster cloud fire sword has been passed down? In this myriad worlds, there were a total of 3 heavenly cluster cloud fire swords, and I obtained them by chance. At that time, I wondered if these 3 identical fortune divine artifacts originated from the same source, or if they were one but separated later on. With this thought in mind, I continuously controlled them, and I didn't expect that I would succeed in fusing them. This was the Fire Cloud Heretic God's proudest achievement. In fact, anyone who knew the Fire Cloud Heretic God would know that the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Fire Sword he relied on the most had helped him kill many powerful opponents, and even ultimate divine emperors. After saying so much, it's actually just to scare you. Haha, it's about time. What method should I use to torture you? Perhaps I should defeat you first. The Fire Cloud Heretic God was just so noisy. However, it had to be said that the threat he brought to Long Chen was unprecedented. This was an ultimate divine emperor who had mastered 5 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts. The 3 swords fused, and the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword was raised. The Fire Cloud Heretic God lived up to his name. Amidst the sea of flames, his divine armor was blazing, and his sword chi was monstrous. When his laughter ended, it would be time for him to kill. Let's see if you can block this move of mine. Finally, the Fire Cloud Heretic God retracted all his sinister laughter. Attack! A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He wanted to challenge his limits. The god-slaying sword was already in his hand, and the demon-subduing pagoda was already above his head. When he held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and a white light flashed in his eyes, the Fire Cloud Heretic God made his move. His goal was to kill Long Chen with a single strike. Therefore, he used the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword for the first attack. In this world of flames and mist, he disappeared in an instant, as if he had merged with the sky. Descending from the sky, a simple slash brought about a crisis of death. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the heaven slash was. As long as one looked up, there was an incomparably strong feeling of being judged, but one could not resist it at all. It was as if the Fire Cloud Heretic God represented the heavens, represented the ruler. In his eyes, Long Chen's life was simply an ant whose fate was controlled. Under the heaven slash, even gods and demons could only kneel and beg for mercy. A beam of sword light, a beam of flame. The flame surrounded the sword light. Kill. At that moment, Long Chen launched an explosive counterattack. All the preparations over the past 20 years were for this moment. Even though he was greatly suppressed, it could not suppress his will at this moment. The Annihilation Dragon Seal and the Sword of Time erupted almost at the same time. Long Chen poured all his divine power to resist the Fire Cloud Heretic God's move. The Sword of Time and the Annihilation Dragon Seal both had more and more terrifying lethality. In that short moment, the bright sword chi of the Sword of Time collided with the flame of the Heaven Slash. The result was that the Sword of Time couldn't stop the Heaven Slash, but the Heaven Slash couldn't stop the Sword of Time either. The power of time passed through the Heaven Slash and directly descended on the Fire Cloud Heretic God, while the Heaven Slash passed through the Sword of Time and descended on the top of Long Chen's head. The Annihilation Dragon Seal even passed through the Heaven Slash. At the critical moment, a spark of light flashed. Long Chen had to fight head-on. It was impossible to escape from the Fire Cloud Heretic God with normal fighting methods. As for defeating the other party, there was no such possibility. Fight to the death. He had to shock his opponent quickly so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. When all this was done, he could only endure the attack of the Heaven Slash. In any case, the Sword of Time still managed to resist a little of the Heaven Slash. The sword that contained the flame descended in an instant. Long Chen couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. That moment could only be described as terrifying. Flame of life. He could only use the flame of life to protect his life with all his might. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang poked his head out of the God Nation. The divine flames attached to Long Chen's body were all devoured by him. Only in this way could he reduce the damage that Long Chen received at this moment. In fact, most of the power of the Heaven Slash came from the burning of the flame. It's done. Finally, the flame was also devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was rapidly recovering. Under the sweep of the flame of life, all the injuries were healed. Fire Cloud Heretic God. Long Chen noticed him. The speed of the Time Sword was the fastest, and it was the fastest to reach his opponent. However, it was suppressed by the Heaven Beheader, and in the end, it was blocked by the Devil Ancient Way's Supreme Fire Divine Armor. It didn't injure the Fire Cloud Evil God, but the Exterminating Dragon Seal suppressed him. Even with the Supreme Fire Divine Armor blocking it, the Fire Cloud Evil God's head still roared, and his primordial spirit was shaken. What? He was actually slightly injured by Long Chen. This was enough to shock Fire Cloud Heretic God. What was even more unexpected was that the sword that he thought was enough to kill Long Chen was actually blocked by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Although his face was pale and he hadn't fully recovered, he was still much better than what Fire Cloud Heretic God had imagined. Good. Fire Cloud Heretic God couldn't help but laugh and clap. Chapter 29-29. He was going to use his true power. The true power of an ultimate deity emperor. The first attempt at Heaven's execution had already forced Long Chen to use all of his strength to defend against it. One could well imagine what would happen when this guy used his full strength. Currently, Long Chen's divine kingdom was in an uproar. Everyone was worried about each other's fate, and also worried about Long Chen's life. Even in such a situation, Long Chen was still able to keep his composure. Big brother, let me try. Try what? Resist his flame laws. Mo Xiaolang seemed to have mustered up his courage under the circumstance that he had almost lost some countermeasures. This time, he had unprecedented confidence in himself. Are you really confident? Long Chen confirmed. After all, the other party was not a perfect deity emperor, but an ultimate deity emperor. Mo Xiaolang could not even deal with a perfect deity emperor now. Yes, my body and bloodline are already excited by this flame. He was the sky-devouring clan that Long Qinglan or the Time Servant had mentioned. He was a heaven-defying being born for devouring. Even if the other party was so strong, it could not extinguish his desire to devour. Without taking risks, how could he break through? At Long Chen's most difficult time, Mo Xiaolang chose to step forward and fight against the Fire Cloud Evil God, who was almost impossible to defeat. Big brother, you used to take risks for me. This time, it's my turn. Trust me. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were blazing. The black and white dual ancestral fire was already burning in his heart. Go. We are brothers. We don't care about these things. Long Chen took a deep breath. He saw the blazing light in Mo Xiaolang's eyes. It was exactly the same as when he risked his life. Not only Mo Xiaolang himself, but he would also help. In the eyes of the fire cloud heretic god, the light in Long Chen's eyes was nothing. This time, he let go of the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword and spread his arms wide. The divine fire on his body swept out and connected with the heavenly cloud fire world completely. As his divine power expanded, the entire heavenly cloud fire world burned with surging waves of fire. Endless flames started to condense. In a short moment, the divine fire alone forced Long Chen to use the fire of his life to resist. Even a godly monarch would be incinerated to ashes here, even without heretic god Fire Cloud's help. You've made quite a name for yourself in Mount Buzhou, and even established a small legend in Grand Pure Heaven. This is really interesting. I like to crush passionate young people like you. The voice of the Fire Cloud evil god came from the whole world. Sky Cloud Fire Serpent. Rules. Activate. In the hands of the Fire Cloud heretic god, the entire world was being compressed, distorted, and transformed. Endless clouds exploded, the heavens and the earth cracked, the clouds rolled, and the surroundings fell into extreme chaos. Long Chen was swept far away by this storm. But he knew that the real killing move had not started yet. He was in a distorted world of reincarnation flames, and the surroundings were filled with chaotic flames. A huge impact force swept over, and at this moment, the entire world in front of him suddenly condensed, transforming into a giant flaming serpent. The tail of the flaming serpent was held in the hands of the Fire Cloud heretic god. Not just 1, but 2, 3, and finally 8. And Long Chen was shocked to find that he was in the abdomen of one of the giant flame serpents. The heavenly cloud fire world seemed to have 9 worlds. Now these 9 worlds had turned into a giant serpent, but even so, the heavenly cloud fire world was still sealed. Even with Lingxi's Big Dipper transposition, she might not be able to move to other places. 9 world serpents. Flames raged and rolled. Rumble. In the midst of the fire cloud evil god's laughter, the remaining 8 giant world serpents hissed and rushed towards Long Chen. In front of the giant world serpents, Long Chen was undoubtedly very small, which was why he felt so threatened. If I fight alone, I will definitely die. The rule power of the fire cloud evil god was simply several times stronger than before. The 8 flame world serpents tore the world where Long Chen was, and the impact of the whole world rushed towards Long Chen. Annihilate. The fire cloud evil god laughed. Big brother. At the last moment, Long Chen could only grit his teeth and summoned Mo Xiaolang out of the god nation. He naturally cared about Mo Xiaolang's life, but in fact, if he was defeated and killed, none of them could escape from the fire cloud evil god, and the final result would be the same. Roar. In the endless sea of fire, a pitch-black sun-devouring fiend wolf rushed out in front of Long Chen. As soon as it appeared, it encountered 8 incomparably huge flame world serpents. The fire cloud evil god was controlling these world serpents to attack violently. Demon race, tear. Xiaolang. With a roar from Long Chen, the sun-devouring fiend wolf revealed its biggest appearance. At that moment, its eyes, left eye, and left side of its body were completely engulfed by the Heaven Emperor ancestral fire. On the right side was the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. The 2 ancestral fires rotated and instantly turned into a vortex. Fire Forbidden Zone. A flame lotus formed from 2 kinds of ancestral fires and countless kinds of divine fires formed, forming the most intense confrontation with the heavenly cloud fire serpents. The Fire Forbidden Zone was actually a devouring rule power, and the lotus was a point of devouring. When the heavenly cloud fire serpents attacked it, Mo Xiaolang was almost at his limit. Break. The fire cloud evil god was only surprised for a moment before it increased its attacks. Under such attacks, Mo Xiaolang was forced back again and again. Right now, his entire body was resisting the rule power. Because of the divine power attacks, his body was almost covered in cracks. Long Chen appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head and transformed into the Tai Chi life-form dragon. He sent down a thick flame of life to protect Mo Xiaolang's life. So even though the sun-devouring fiend wolf was about to collapse under the surging power, Long Chen stabilized it. Right now, Long Chen was surrounded by the sun-devouring fiend wolf's attacks and roars. Even though he couldn't stop the heavenly cloud fire serpents, he didn't give up. He continued to devour the flames of the heavenly cloud fire serpents. But the opponent's flames were just too many. Although he was a wolf, he felt like he had encountered prey that was at least 100 times his size. Such prey could trample him to death with a single stomp. He hadn't been trampled to death and had persisted until now. First, it was because the Fire Forbidden Zone was truly powerful. Second, it was because he knew that if he didn't give it his all this time, everything he protected, the friendship and love he cherished, would be destroyed. He was the same as Long Chen. This was a battle for survival, a battle for fate. You can actually devour my heavenly cloud fire world. What a joke. Then I'll let you die. The fire cloud evil god laughed miserably. He controlled one of the world serpents to pierce through the lotus and into Mo Xiaolong's mouth. Instantly, the sun-devouring fiend wolf's body flashed with crimson flames. Its body was about to explode. Its life was in danger. Whoosh! At that time, Mo Xiaolong's eyes were still extremely tough and determined. He said that he would be at the front, and he would definitely do it. He also believed that Long Chen would definitely find a way to escape. He just needed him to block the fire cloud evil god. I can't die. His sky-devouring race bloodline wasn't considered noble. The sky-devouring race was originally the weakest race. It was a miracle that he could grow to his current level. But since he had reached this level, he wasn't willing to die, especially to die from being stuffed to death. I want to devour more. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot. His body was covered in dense bloodlines. Some were caused by the fire power, some were caused by devil transformation too. He actually withstood it. A world serpent was swallowed by him. Humph! The fire cloud heretic god was slightly infuriated. The other heaven cloud fire snakes descended again. This time, the fire cloud heretic god had lost his patience. A mere demon that wasn't even a god emperor couldn't enter his eyes. When the snakes swarmed, the sun-devouring fiend wolf would definitely explode instantly. Mo Xiaolang would instantly lose his life. Even Long Chen's life fire wouldn't be able to save him. The moment had arrived. Xiaolang. Long Chen was shocked. The moment he didn't want to see the most had happened. Roar, roar, roar. The sun-devouring fiend wolf roared. Not only did he not retreat, his eyes burned with blood fire. He charged towards the terrifying world serpent as if he was facing death with equanimity. He was even prepared to die in battle. Big brother, think of a way to escape. For this, he was willing to die in battle. Impossible. Long Chen's eyes were blood red. No matter where Mo Xiaolang rushed to, he was always by his side. The fire of life was still in his body. In front of him was the boundless divine fire that lit up the boundless world. When they looked up, everything had disappeared except for the heavenly cloud fiery snake. They hissed and twisted. The sun-devouring fiend wolf clashed with the heaven cloud fire snakes. This time, the heaven cloud fire snakes charged into the sun-devouring fiend wolf's mouth. The scarlet flames on his body grew brighter and brighter. Even Long Chen's life fire couldn't stop it. The sun-devouring fiend wolf was about to turn into ashes. I'm sorry. At the last moment, Mo Xiaolong's voice was transmitted into the divine kingdom. Hearing this voice, Su Yan retreated 3 steps and sat on the ground. This was a difficult battle. Everyone clenched their fists. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After hiding for so long and suffering so much, he had finally waited for this moment. That's right. Since he was going to risk his life, he could only play big. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. If he let Mo Xiaolang swallow it himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to deal with the heaven cloud fire snakes. He could only let the fire cloud heretic god send itself in. Actually, Mo Xiaolang didn't know what Long Chen would do. He just wanted to contribute his strength so that Long Chen could escape with them. It was because Long Chen used the law of fire that he felt he could contribute. If his destruction could bring life to so many people, he naturally wouldn't retreat. But he underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen did as he wished and let him face the killing move of the fire cloud heretic god head-on. But he absolutely wouldn't watch his brother die in battle. No matter how the two of them suffered, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaolang leave alone. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had swallowed almost all the heaven cloud fire snakes and was about to turn into ashes. At the same time, Long Chen turned into the pure white mixed origin heavenly fate dragon beside him. The divine dragon's body instantly coiled around Mo Xiaolong's body and tightened. At the same time, the scorching flames also charred Long Chen's body. He could feel the power of the flames that Mo Xiaolang was withstanding at this moment. It was too huge. This was the power of the fire cloud heretic god. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang didn't understand his actions at all. We haven't lost yet. Long Chen shouted angrily. He even used the 3 lifetimes threads to borrow the power of Lingxi. When all the divine power erupted, he used a new method to display the law of fate. The dragon claw pressed on the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. Chapter 29:30. Explode. A white mark appeared on the sun-devouring fiend wolf's head. After he succeeded, Long Chen was so exhausted that he could only return to his human form. However, his eyes were burning with passion and determination. In God Nation, no one knew what had happened. At this moment, they heard the sun-devouring direwolf's most berserk roar. That roar shook the layers of clouds, causing countless flaming clouds to collapse. Fire Cloud Heretic God was stunned. He had used all the power of the Sky Cloud Fire World into Mo Xiaolang's body. This was definitely a power that could instantly blow Mo Xiaolang to pieces. Why didn't he shatter? Instead, he was able to let out such a loud roar. He was still grabbing the tails of the world serpents, controlling them to tumble and tear within Mo Xiaolang's body. But he could clearly see that Mo Xiaolang was different now. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Wolf howls shook the heavens and earth. When the sun-devouring fiend wolf lifted its head, Fire Cloud Wretch God saw 2 white marks in its eyes. Only then did he remember that Long Chen had transformed into a life form and left something on the sun-devouring fiend wolf's body. That was a law that defied the heavens and changed fate. After 20 years of bitter cultivation by Long Chen, this natural law of fate had undergone new transformations. Not only could it protect him, but it could also make his enemies' enhancements disappear. It had also reached the point where it could give him, and even those close to him, a heaven-defying power that could change fate in the face of death. The most tyrannical aspect of this natural law was that the closer one was to death, the more enraged they became, and the more they wanted to resist, the more heaven-defying and terrifying the power they would unleash in the end. Defying the heavens and changing fate, its true effect was simply the art of resurrection. If not, how could one defy the heavens and change fate? To change fate, to be reborn after death, this could be considered as defying the heavens and changing fate. Mo Xiaolang's will gave him the most shocking power to reverse fate. Long Chen used his first attempt to change his fate on Mo Xiaolang. Originally, he planned to do it himself when Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold on any longer. However, when he saw Mo Xiaolang resist the attack of a heavenly cloud fiery snake for the first time, he saw a crazier plan, a greater hope, and a feasible solution. Everything was as he had imagined. Mo Xiaolang had gone crazy after changing his fate against the heaven. Fire Cloud Wretch God's expression turned from laughter to depression and anger. He actually couldn't destroy the sun-devouring demonic wolf. On the contrary, no matter how he tried, Mo Xiaolang managed to hold on. Even though he was at his limit, he didn't die. Most importantly, the power that evil god Fire Cloud could control was slowly disappearing. The entire Sky Cloud Fire world was on the verge of collapsing. Impossible. Fire Cloud Wretch God was stunned. At this moment, what left the deepest impression was Mo Xiaolang's eyes. It was a deep desire for flames. Mo Xiaolang looked at him malevolently and resisted the Sky Cloud Fire Snake's attack. He even sneered at him. Fire Cloud Wretch God even felt that in the eyes of the sun-devouring fiend wolf, he was just prey. Food. What a joke. He admitted that this must be an illusion. A mere god emperor didn't have the right to treat him as prey. Previously, he had been toying with Long Chen, but now he was angry. However, no matter how angry he was, he had to face reality. The Sky Cloud Fire world had collapsed. Almost all 9 worlds had been torn apart by Mo Xiaolang and swallowed into his body. This time, Mo Xiaolang had performed exceptionally under Long Chen's fate-changing nomological law, creating an unbelievable miracle. In the end, he pulled fiercely. The tail of the giant snake in Fire Cloud Wretch God's hand was pulled over and swallowed by him. At this moment, he stared at Fire Cloud Wretch God, clearly saying he still wants to swallow. Boom. All the Sky Cloud Fire snakes tumbled in Mo Xiaolang's body. They were gradually digested and couldn't do anything to the sun-devouring fiend wolf. Until at this moment, the sun-devouring fiend wolf suddenly coughed out something. Long Chen saw that it was a ring. A primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifact. This was the Sky Cloud Fire World. It had actually been swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. My Sky Cloud Fire World. Fire Cloud Wretch God's heart twitched. Something that originally belonged to him had actually fallen into Mo Xiaolang's hands. Because of the collapse of the Sky Cloud Fire World, Long Chen and the others had reappeared in the outside world. They were on the divine palaces, and many gods were watching with their mouths wide open. Just now, there was a huge commotion here. We're out. This was also within Long Chen's expectations. Since he used the Sky Cloud Fire World to attack, he had to take the risk of it being broken. The Fire Cloud Evil God wanted to get the Heavenly Cloud Fire World so that he could restrain Long Chen and gain an invincible position. After all, he was indeed much stronger than them. However, the Heavenly Cloud Fire World was still trembling in Mo Xiaolang's hand, and he couldn't snatch it back. Long Chen. Fire Cloud Wretch God was furious. Without saying a word, the extreme fire divine armor and heavenly cluster cloud fire sword shone at the same time, burning with majestic flames. The raging fire cloud wretch god was prepared to destroy Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Of course, he could do it easily, but the problem was that Long Chen wasn't going to accompany him. Evil demon kill. At that moment, the aura of death descended. This was a rule that could easily destroy Long Chen. If he used this move directly, Long Chen would definitely die. Fire Cloud Wretch God. We meet again. I will take your life. Lingxi instantly appeared. Long Chen brought Mo Xiaolang into divine country the moment he turned into human form. Then, right before Fire Cloud Wretch God's killer move landed, he used stellar transposition and vanished. After using stellar transposition, he arrived at a place far away from where Fire Cloud Wretch God was. This wasn't the end. Now they were completely safe. Everyone felt like they had escaped from death. They broke out in cold sweat. As for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they were extremely calm. When there was only mist left and it was slightly safer, Long Chen pulled Mo Xiaolang out of divine country and told Lingxi to rest. After coming out, Mo Xiaolang had no choice but to turn into sun-devouring demon wolf. There was still surging flame power in his body that needed to be digested. Just his human form alone couldn't suppress it. This was a crazy challenge between Long Chen and him, but it was definitely a success. Escaping from death, defying the heavens and changing fate. I will protect you, you can devour in peace. Long Chen used his life fire to heal him as he said. Big brother, thank you. Mo Xiaolang's voice was slightly hoarse now. Actually, at that moment he thought he was going to die. To think that Long Chen pulled him back and even gave him an opportunity. I should be the one thanking you. You saved everyone. If not for you, I would have been helpless against Fire Cloud Wretch God with a Heavenly Cloud Fire Realm. These were Long Chen's heartfelt words. This battle had given him a great impact. He had relied on Lingxi's revolving star transposition, but he understood that there would always be someone who could break it. The Fire Cloud Heretic God could break it, and so could Di Jun. If he faced Di Jun this time, he wouldn't be so lucky. No matter what, I can revive after death. Next time, I will definitely devour this Fire Cloud Wretch God. Mo Xiaolang was kind, but he couldn't forgive those who brought them death. Hatred was formed. Of course, Fire Cloud Wretch God who was taken away wouldn't forgive them either. Quickly suppress Sky Cloud Fire Realm and become its master. Don't let Fire Cloud Wretch God find our location. Of course, without Sky Cloud Fire Realm, it will be tough for him to trap us. Moreover, the next time we meet you might be the God Emperor. First was the evil god Ganoderma. Now, it swallowed so many flames. This time, Mo Xiaolang closed his eyes and charged. Long Chen waited around. In this quiet cloud ocean, time passed quietly. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. This power was too huge and it took time to swallow it. The surrounding clouds were all burned red. Over the past month, I reckon that all the Death World blood beads have already appeared. Now, almost everyone is heading towards the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. It's the same whether they obtained it or not. The news of our battle with the Fire Cloud Evil God has probably spread throughout the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Right now, I'm already rather famous in the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Di Jun definitely knows about it. I just don't know what method he used to rush over. Although my growth is rapid, there are countless experts in the myriad worlds. Fire Cloud Wretch God made Long Chen swallow his pride. Thinking of Fire Cloud Wretch God, Long Chen thought of his powerful Heaven Cumulus Fire Sword. According to what he said, this Heaven Cumulus Fire Sword was formed by the fusion of 3 primordial Chaos-grade Fortune Divine weapons. He guessed that the 3 primordial Chaos-grade Fortune Divine weapons were once one. He didn't expect that after trying it out, it was actually true. Doesn't that mean that it was possible for the same Fortune Divine weapons to fuse together? It was possible that they were once the same Fortune Divine weapons, but later changed into different types. The first thing he thought of was the Lingsu twin swords. Spiritual swords and plain swords aren't exactly the same. They just look similar and complement each other. It's impossible for them to be the same destinable divine weapon. On the other hand, the holy deity scepters of the 8 eternal god clan members seem to be exactly the same. Long Chen had killed the 8 god emperors and obtained their 8 holy deity scepters, but he had no use for them for the time being. The sacred deity scepter was not considered strong among the primordial chaos-grade creation divine artifacts, but it was at the weakest level. It was not even comparable to the divine sword fiend pagoda. After all, it was a primordial chaos-grade creation divine artifact that a primordial god emperor had obtained. However, since they looked exactly the same, Long Chen wondered why the heavenly cluster cloud flame sword could form a single one, but the holy deity scepter could not. With this idea in mind, he was slightly excited and wanted to give it a try. Just at this moment, Mo Xiaolang let out a long roar, and his chi wave surged. Power erupted and surged forth. It seemed like he had charged into the god realm of absolute beginning. Of course, to Mo Xiaolang, this was the demon realm of absolute beginning. At the same time, when he took human form, the heavenly cloud fire world, which was a fiery red ring, was worn on his finger. He had a strong deterrent effect on all fire-type beings. Even though his strength was not as strong as the fire cloud heretic god, the creation heroic spirits of the heavenly cloud fire world were still afraid of him. They submitted to him and were subdued by him. Mo Xiaolang is the second among them to reach the god emperor realm. He opened his narrowed eyes. Invisibly, he had already given Long Chen some pressure. It seems like you won't have a problem fighting a perfected god emperor. Chapter 29:31. This time, he had taken the risk to fight against danger. Now that he had reached the god realm of absolute beginning, he had completed a huge leap. Long Chen was the happiest person for him. It had been a long time since his battle power had been so close to Long Chen's level. Of course, after reaching this step, there were countless life and death situations along the way. Every time, they had to fight side by side and struggle together. This time was no exception. He had originally wanted to bear everything by himself, but Long Chen wanted him to defy the heavens and change his fate. In the future, with this Sky Cloud Fire domain, I will be able to display Fire Cloud Heretic God's abilities. At the same time, his power grew along with the ancestral fire. The stronger he was, the stronger the ancestral fire. In the God Nation, everyone was happy for Mo Xiaolang's rebirth. Especially Su Yan. This time, she seemed to have gone through the cycle of life and death. Yan Mo Xiaolang had not discussed this decision with her. So even though he had reached the god realm of absolute beginning, he was still filled with guilt towards Su Yan. Go and apologize to her. Long Chen sent him into the divine kingdom to reunite with everyone. He had been tense for a long time, and it was time for him to rest. As for himself, he had to start fulfilling that bold idea. Want to try? Lingxi thought it was possible. Just try. I won't lose out. I'll make a sealed boundary for you. Long Chen found a relatively stable location in the Endless God Palace. Lingxi set up a sealed boundary around him to hide him from most searches. At this time, Golden Imperial Palace and Fire Cloud Heretic Gods people would definitely be searching for him. Go rest. You've had a hard time. Long Chen gently tucked the strands of hair in front of her back. It's fine. Everyone wants to contribute. Me too. Long Chen sent her back to the God Nation. She and Li Xuanji were getting along well. Most of the time it was them talking, and Long Chen could not interrupt. Of course he had more important things to do. Holy Deity Scepter. First, he took out a Holy Deity Scepter and pressed it in his hand. The Holy Scepter was like an untamable wild horse that was resisting. The Fire Cloud Heretic God first grasped the 3 Fortune Divine weapons, and then fused them together. In other words, The prerequisite was to control them first. Now, he had the god-slaying sword, the demon-subduing pagoda and the longevity grass. But at his current level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain the 4th Chaos Origin Grade Fortune Divine artifact. He had the ancestral dragon bloodline and nascent soul, which gave him a huge advantage. For example, the Fire Cloud Heretic God could control 5 Chaos Origin Grade Fortune Divine artifacts. With the Holy Deity Scepter in hand, Long Chen transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon and entered the world of the Holy Deity Scepter. This was a brilliant, solemn, and dignified world. After arriving here, Long Chen sensed something and quietly transformed into the Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon. Sure enough, the Heart-Refining Dragon of the Divine Tao was more suitable for this place. As soon as it appeared, it became the ruler of this world. It was as if this world was born for him. He looked around. This was a vast expanse of snow-white land. At this time, white smoke rose from the horizon. The earth shook, and the roar of a giant beast could be heard. Long Chen looked over and saw a snow-white horse with a pair of huge snow-white wings and a silver horn galloping towards Long Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. The heart-refining dragon of the Divine Tao roared and descended in front of the white horse. The two forces clashed. The unicorn was extremely unwilling, but it was forced to kneel by the heart-refining dragon of the Divine Tao. The Holy Deity Scepter represented justice and judgment, and the heart-refining dragon of the Divine Tao was the ancestor of the rules. The unicorn's body flashed with silver runes, and it neighed at Long Chen. Let me ask you, can the 8 Holy Deity Scepters be fused together? Hearing this question, the unicorn's expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly shook its head, saying, "No, absolutely not." Unfortunately, it was only a fortune heroic spirit, and did not have the ability to lie. From the change in its eyes, Long Chen could see it. Long Chen smiled, saying, "The eternal godly tribe has supreme treasures, but none of them can control the 8 Holy Deity Scepters, and they can't help you recover to your peak state, right?" The unicorn exhaled heavily, saying, "Go, I don't know what you're talking about." When Long Chen descended, the Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon was right in front of him. The sword of judgment between the dragon's brows was similar to the Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon's horn. The Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon had an innate ability to suppress unicorns. It was like being scrutinized by its ancestors. The unicorn understood this, and it struggled internally. "You have feelings for your previous master, and I killed your master, and you hate me." Every word Long Chen said made the unicorn's heart tremble. "Yes, that's right," the unicorn said in a hoarse voice. Long Chen said, "You know the whole story, so you naturally know that they were the ones who forced me. But the weak are prey to the strong, and this is the rule of the war between worlds. If they lose and I lose, the outcome will be the same, and there is no right or wrong. It's easy for me to control you, but I need you to be convinced. Let me ask you, you were originally a powerful fortune divine artifact, but you were abandoned. Do you feel indignant? I am the only one who can restore you to glory." Hearing Long Chen's words, the unicorn gradually lowered its head. Finally, Long Chen said word by word, "I can make your 8 Holy Deity Scepters fuse into one. Who knows, at that time, you might become an eternal rank fortune divine artifact." The unicorn trembled, and prostrated at the feet of the heart-refining dragon of the Divine Tao. Just as Long Chen said, they all knew that this day would come. The eternal celestial race was not a righteous god in their eyes. That's right, we were once eternal rank fortune divine artifacts, but by chance, we were split into 6 parts. Unexpectedly, the unicorn really said so. Long Chen was excited. Eternal rank. That was something that god emperors would fight to the death for. To be able to possess an eternal rank fortune divine artifact, which could allow a final realm god emperor to instantly surpass other god emperors of the same realm, was the difference between evil god Firecloud and great emperor Chongsheng. It could send a final realm god emperor into the god emperor ranking. The 3 Tao ancestors placed an eternal rank item in the death world, causing countless god emperors of the 3rd heaven to fight for the death world blood bead. At the same time, hundreds of god emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces entered. All for that eternal rank treasure. And now, Long Chen seemed to be able to create an eternal rank treasure on his own. Of course, he was excited and expectant. However, unless you have power infinitely close to a godly venerable, you will not be able to control the 8 of us. After all, you already have 3 primordial chaos divine artifacts. Even with your current strength, you can only control 5 primordial chaos divine artifacts at most. The unicorn was still hesitant. Long Chen smiled and said, with the speed of my growth, I will be able to fully restore you all one day. This is just the beginning. At least, I can fuse 2 divine scepters together, or even 3. Long Chen had a rough idea of his limit. Definitely not just 5. 5 was indeed a little difficult, but he wanted to challenge 6. In other words, he had to fuse the 3 divine scepters first. Of course, since he had already said that, the unicorn must have a way to restore the divine scepters. The unicorn raised its head with difficulty and looked at the heart-refining dragon. It saw the conviction and persistence in Long Chen's eyes. This person who did not die even under the pursuit of Di Jun, Great Emperor Chongsheng, Evil God Fire Cloud, and other super god emperors, had too many secrets and too terrifying. Especially when he was in his divine dragon form. The unicorn submitted completely. All right, I hope you can come to an agreement with us. If you are unable to completely recombine us, you should give up and let us find a new master. Long Chen smiled. This was not a problem, but he did not think he could not complete it. Time is of the essence. Let's begin. There was a connection between the divine scepters. The connection with the unicorn was also a connection with all the divine scepters. Long Chen began to control the first divine scepter. Success, to him. There was no need to waste too much effort. After all, the unicorn had already submitted. Forming a connection with him would only exhaust his willpower. The 4th primordial chaos grade divine weapon. There seemed to be room. Next, he controlled the 2nd divine scepter. This time, he felt a little pressure. He was already at the same level as Evil God Fire Cloud. Frankly speaking, an ordinary god emperor would not be able to withstand so many divine weapons of the same grade. Even for those with the most resources, 3 was the limit. After all, everyone had their limits. But as expected, Long Chen went to control the 3rd divine scepter. Success. Long Chen knew that he was in a relatively balanced state. He could best balance 6 primordial chaos grade divine weapons. Any more and he would collapse. Then start the fusion. Actually, this fusion was a very simple matter. The most important thing was whether the 2 were willing. The divine scepter submitted to Long Chen, and there was no reason for it not to be willing. Long Chen sat cross-legged, holding a divine scepter in each hand. Lingxi strengthened the sealed realm, concealing the commotion. Begin. The 2 divine scepters approached each other. Both shone with white light, just like the heavenly fusion divine technique. They turned into liquid and began to fuse, changing bit by bit. I forgot to tell you, the Eternal God Race's heavenly fusion divine technique was excavated from our divine scepter, the creation heroic spirit said. Long Chen was enlightened. No wonder they were so similar. 3 days passed. The 2 divine scepters fused together and gradually took shape. But Long Chen discovered that after the fusion, the creation divine weapon in the light seemed to be different from before. Why isn't it a scepter? Long Chen asked. We were never scepters. We only became scepters after being divided into 8 parts. Long Chen looked through the light. It seemed to be a spear. A long spear, a silver-white spear. What is this spear called? He asked. I don't know. I forgot. It's been too long since I remembered. Since you were able to rebirth us, you are our first master after rebirth. You can give it a name. Name it. This was easy. God slaying. Demon suppression. Sacrificial God great world. Wait and see. Long Chen thought for a while and had an answer. He smiled and said, let's call it Heaven Sacrifice. Heaven Sacrifice Spear. God slaying sword. Demon suppression pagoda. Heaven Sacrifice Spear. When these 3 words left his mouth, the spear bathed in intense light trembled and let out a buzzing sound. It exploded with a sharp light, responding to Long Chen. The 3rd one, fuse. Long Chen did not stop. He directly fused the 3rd divine scepter into the Heaven Sacrifice Spear. There were 2 silver pearls on the shaft of the Heaven Offering Spear. The 3rd divine scepter fused into the spear and gave birth to the 3rd pearl. This is the core of the creation divine weapon's power. Fusing the 3 divine scepters was Long Chen's limit. When all the light faded, a cold, domineering, and sharp Heaven Sacrifice Spear appeared in front of Long Chen. In terms of bloodlust and violence, It was inferior to the god-slaying sword. But in terms of dominance and killing, the heaven sacrifice spear formed from the 3 divine scepters was stronger. Chapter 29:32. The Sacrificial Spear. He remembered that the last time he used a spear was in the 3,000 star domain of the primordial cemetery. A spear was different from a halberd. But Long Chen was still used to it. The sacrificial spear formed from 3 sacred deity scepters, and in the future, there would be 5 more sacred deity scepters fused into it. It was only a matter of time before it became an eternal-grade destinable divine weapon. If it succeeded, such a weapon-type destinable divine weapon would be even stronger than the ones in the Pantheon. After all, a spear was a weapon of slaughter. Di Jun's eternal incandescent stone was even more incomparable. Primordial chaos treasures had power but no killing intent. They were dead objects. Only destinable divine weapons were living objects. At this moment, Long Chen held the sacrificial spear in his hand. His destinable heroic spirits were now 3 unicorns. Dignified, domineering, and just. It had a completely different aura and impact from the god-slaying sword. When Long Chen held the sacrificial spear, he could feel a strong resonance. That was the recognition and submission of Long Chen's heart-refining dragon bloodline. Buzz buzz. When Long Chen waved the sacrificial spear again and again, Lingxi's sealed realm trembled. From the sacrificial spear's outstanding performance, although it was still a primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapon, it was stronger than the divine sword demon pagoda. In the future it would also become stronger. In the future, it might become Long Chen's greatest reliance. It's done. It's time to charge into the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Long Chen let Lingxi remove the sealed realm. He stepped out of this place and headed towards the depths of the boundless deity palace. Of course, he could not be too hasty. Especially after the battle with the fire cloud heretic god, Long Chen realized how strong the enemy was. The Death World Blood Pearl was not something that could be fought over. Even without the Golden Imperial Palace, the other god emperors would fight with him. Along the way, he found a divine lord and used the Eye of Wishes to control him. Long Chen? It's said that he's the #1 on the God King list of Mount Buzhou and has come to the clear sky. A few days ago, he was ambushed by the fire cloud evil god. Not only did he successfully escape, he even snatched a mixed prime-level creation divine weapon from the fire cloud evil god. This matter has already spread throughout the third heaven. Almost everyone is extremely shocked by his strength. It's said that he wasn't this strong when he was on Mount Buzhou. From these words, it seemed that most people already knew what he had experienced. Now, all the blood beads of the dead world have been obtained by others. Now, these 10 people are rushing towards the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. It is said that some people have already entered the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. Among them, the Golden Imperial Palace has obtained 3 blood beads of the dead world, and the evil god of Fire Cloud also obtained 1. Other than them, there are 2 other ultimate realm deity emperors who do not belong to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace who also obtained it. Outside the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, there are a total of 7 ultimate realm deity emperors. The Golden Imperial Palace alone has 4. I heard that Emperor Chongsheng, Emperor Yuehua, and the other 2 divine emperors of the Golden Imperial Palace, as well as the evil god of Fire Cloud, are all waiting for Long Chen outside the gate of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. Besides that, there are also many divine emperors in the Perfection Realm wandering outside. It is said that they are also waiting for you or other divine emperors who have obtained the Death World Blood Bead but are not strong enough. Now, outside the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, it can be said that there is an inescapable trap. Long Chen knew that the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace was at the core of the Supreme Purity Heavens, and was surrounded by extremely dense 3 pure qi. The entire Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace was actually an eternal-level creation divine artifact. Therefore, although the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace was large, it could not be entered from other places, and could only be brought in by the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace's own people at the entrance. Looks like I can only force my way through. After Long Chen asked a lot of questions, he released the Divine Monarch. A total of 5 ultimate god emperors were waiting for him. Among them was Great Emperor Chongsheng, who was ranked 15th on the Divine Emperor list. It was naturally impossible to fight them head-on, and the only way was to outsmart them. He had Di Jun behind him, and Great Emperor Chongsheng in front of him. If he had to face them bravely, he would choose Great Emperor Chongsheng. Going against Di Jun, who was ranked first on the Divine Emperor list, would be courting death. Moreover, he had to go to the Death World. Let's go. Without hesitation, Long Chen headed towards the depths of the Death World. Even if the Great Emperor Chongsheng and the other 4 ultimate God Emperors were waiting for him, any one of them was at least as strong as the Fire Cloud Heretic God. After 10 days, Long Chen finally reached the point where the 3 pure qi was so dense that he could only see a small distance around him. At this moment, he was surrounded by cotton-like clouds and mist. Surrounded by the 3 pure qi, it was difficult to even walk. Just a casual breath would be a huge amount of energy. All the clouds and mist were rolling behind him, and Long Chen judged that the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace was still in front of him. After all, that was the place where the 3 pure qi was born, and the core of the world. Crackle! A green lightning flashed past Long Chen, and it was so fast that it almost hit Long Chen. This was the Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning. The reason why ordinary gods did not dare to go near the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. The Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning could easily take away the lives of low-level gods. Just like the one that Long Chen encountered just now, if a divine emperor were to encounter it, he would definitely be destroyed. It was said that the Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning was actually sent out by the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace to prevent outsiders from getting close to the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. This force was the Supreme of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, and it commanded countless gods and demons. It was the sacred ground of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, and it was a place that countless celestial races yearned to go to. As Long Chen moved forward, he encountered more and more Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning, but with his current ability, it was not difficult for him to avoid them. But the deeper he went, the denser the Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning became. A day later, within the thick clouds and mist, there were howling Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning everywhere, and they were tearing the clouds apart, flashing and exploding continuously. It was a terrifying sight. The Supreme Purity Heavenly Lightning is so dense. I should be close soon. Emperor Chongsheng and the others are just ahead. Long Chen held his breath and continued forward, but the battle intent in his heart grew stronger. Moving forward required courage, and he was fearless. Besides, Mo Xiaolang, who had reached the Divine Emperor realm, was his greatest assistant. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him, and they accidentally met Long Chen. Long Chen! The 2 exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, as if they had seen a nightmare. They were demons and monsters. Let's go. The moment they saw Long Chen, they quickly retreated and fled. They had not obtained the Death World Blood Bead, and had come here to try their luck, and Long Chen was the last person they wanted to encounter. Back then, they had been frightened by Long Chen's fate changing. That scared me. If he uses that rule, the 4 of us will return to the primordial demon emperor realm, and we will be easily killed by him. Let's go in case he catches up. No, we have to tell Emperor Chongsheng that he has arrived. We might even be rewarded. Even if there is no reward, our conflict with war god Ji Du can be eased a little. After making up their minds, they quickly headed for the entrance of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. They knew the direction, so of course they were fast. There was a mystic azure palace at the entrance of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. As long as the god fiends with the Death World Blood Bead arrived at the mystic azure palace and displayed the Death World Blood Bead, they would be considered to have obtained a spot to enter the Death World. There were a total of 10 spots. And in the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, as long as one was a god emperor, even if they were at the primordial realm, they basically had the right to enter the Death World. And Emperor Chongsheng and the others were outside the mystic azure palace. In the entire Supreme Purity Heavens, only Emperor Chongsheng dared to directly stop people outside the mystic azure palace. The other god emperors who wanted to stop those god emperors with the Death World Blood Bead had to hide in the clouds and did not dare to be so brazen. Emperor Chongsheng had directly blocked the entrance of the mystic azure palace. If Long Chen wanted to reach the mystic azure palace, he would have to go past him. Not only that, there were 5 ultimate god emperors beside him, including Emperor Yuehua and heretic god Fire Cloud. Emperor Chongsheng stood in the middle, and behind him were the other 3 ultimate god emperors of the Golden Imperial Palace. Heretic god Fire Cloud usually had an evil smile on his face and was very noisy, teasing Emperor Yuehua's sister, Divine Emperor Yuehua. But now, his face was gloomy. Oh, after so many years, I have never seen the dignified heretic god Fire Cloud with such a gloomy expression. Looks like he was really bullied this time. I am very curious. How did that little Long Chen escape from your hands and even take away your heavenly cloud fire world? It was too quiet here. The one who spoke was one of the 4 ultimate god emperors of the Golden Imperial Palace. Emperor Yuehua's sister, Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Although they were sisters, there was a huge difference in their temperament. Emperor Yuehua was dressed in beautiful silver clothes, looking dignified and noble, like a motherly model of the world, sacred and inviolable. Divine Emperor Yu Hua, on the other hand, was less dignified, more playful and charming. Her words and expressions were intoxicating. To ordinary men, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was naturally more attractive than Emperor Yuehua. Especially her figure, it was even more stunning. Her skin was like jade, giving her the name of Yu Hua. This Divine Emperor Yu Hua was the dream of many. Heretic god Firecloud had once pursued her crazily, wanting to use this opportunity to enter the inner circle of the Golden Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked down on him. Shut up. Eternal Monarch Chongsheng turned to look at Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Pursuing Long Chen was a collaboration between him and Heretic God Firecloud. Now that Heretic God Firecloud had failed, it was already bad enough. I can't be bothered to talk about him. He couldn't even handle a mere godly king. But I am very curious about that Long Chen. If fate allows it, he might be the one for me. I only took a few glances the last time. It's not enough. After so many years, Divine Emperor Yu Hua's taste had never changed. What she liked the most was a man who was younger than her and whose cultivation was weaker than hers, but who had limitless potential and made her want to protect and conquer him. Obviously, the Fire Cloud Evil God was a far cry from her taste buds. Yu Hua, from what you said, you are forcing me to kill him. Fire Cloud's eyes burned with jealousy. Divine Emperor Yu Hua waved his hand and said, that depends on whether he is cute or not. If he is really cute, I will protect him. Yu Hua. This time, Great Empress Yuehua couldn't take it anymore and said, this guy injured Ji Du and stole the longevity grass. If we don't teach him a lesson, where will our Golden Imperial Palace's face go? Divine Emperor Yu Hua rolled his eyes and said, isn't it just for your precious son? What's the point of making it sound so nice? Boring, a bunch of people guarding here, this is the real shame. Her temper had always been like this, and Eternal Monarch Chongsheng didn't want to care about her. Arguing with her would only anger him and his wife to death. Back then, in order to rope in Heretic God Firecloud, he persuaded Divine Emperor Yu Hua to marry him. In the end, Divine Emperor Yu Hua left home and only returned recently. At this moment, 2 ugly fellows hurried over. They were Qi Mei Wang Liang. Chapter 29:33. Within the mist, a red-robed, black-robed youth slowly walked forward, landed on the ground, and walked towards them. His steps were unhurried, his eyes determined, as if there was nothing in front of him. Just this courage alone was enough to move people. If it were anyone else, even an ultimate divine emperor would not be able to get so close under the suppression of 5 ultimate divine emperors. Long Chen had already seen them. He also saw the incomparably huge Tai Ching heavenly palace behind them. The core of Tai Ching heaven was mostly shrouded in mist, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. But even so, Long Chen still felt that it was incomparably majestic, glorious, mysterious, and profound. As expected of the sacred ground of Tai Ching heaven. That supreme deity, Tai Ching Dao ancestor, was probably in this Tai Ching heavenly palace, but it was unknown if he would appear. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Long Chen had gotten so close to a supreme deity. Tai Yi God realm. But the key now was Emperor Chongsheng and the others. The moment he appeared, several gazes fell upon him. Not just the 5 ultimate divine emperors. And behind them, within the Xianqing Palace, there were also people from Tai Ching Heavenly Palace who had already noticed him. And within the surrounding mist, there were many perfected divine emperors, and even primordial divine emperors, all watching him. The Dead World Blood Bead in his hand was what they wanted the most. Only the Dead World Blood Bead was qualified to fight for the eternal level treasure. Long Chen. Upon seeing him, Emperor Yuehua gritted her teeth. In all these years, she had never been pushed to this extent by a young god demon. Fire Cloud Heretic God could have taken care of him, but she did not expect this to happen. Now the third heaven, their golden imperial palace and fire cloud heretic god had become a laughingstock. It was because of this fella who was said to be first on the king god list. Now, to everyone, Long Chen was relying on unknown rules to hide his true cultivation level. Under Emperor Yuehua's ferocious gaze, Long Chen approached them and finally stopped 100 meters away from them. Emperor Chongshang had already set up the surroundings. At this position, Long Chen couldn't pass through them to reach Xueqi Palace. After all, the distance was too short. Emperor Chongshang could grab him with one hand. Even the star's transposition technique would be useless, and it might even hurt Lingxi. Why is he so bold? Even Emperor Longevity was puzzled. Even the people from Taiqing Palace were confused. The number of people in Xueqi Palace kept increasing. There should be many people here to see what was happening. There were many deity emperors lurking around. Divine Emperor Yuhua's beautiful eyes roamed around Long Chen's body. No matter which aspect of Long Chen, she liked him. Thus, her eyes lit up. You actually dare to come? Prepare to take out my sky cloud fire world. The fire cloud heretic god took 3 steps forward. His eyes were already burning with anger. The battle with Long Chen had really made him lose face. Emperor Chongshang pressed him down. If Long Chen maintained this distance, he would still have a chance to escape. His eyes were resolute. He knew that it was useless to force his way in. After coming here, he was calm and said, I don't have any deep grudges with all of you. All of you just feel that I'm a small character who stole your things and made you lose face. In the end, it's all because all of you feel that I, Long Chen, am of low status. Thus, I dare to come here today to prove myself in front of all of you. As for the method, I want to challenge one of your ultimate realm deity emperors. He was already prepared, so it was easy for him to say it. But such words still caused a huge commotion, shocking the surrounding deity emperors. Among deity emperors, there was a huge difference between the Great Perfection and Ultimate Realm. For example, the Fire Cloud Heretic God could fight against several Great Perfection deity emperors alone. Especially the Cluster Cloud Fire Sword. It was simply invincible. Long Chen could be considered to have escaped from the hands of the Fire Cloud Heretic God. It had only been slightly more than a month, and now he wanted to challenge an Ultimate Realm deity emperor. Last time, my brother and I suffered a setback at the hands of the Fire Cloud Wretch God, and nearly lost our lives. This time, we've come to exact our revenge. I wonder if the Fire Cloud Wretch God has the guts to fight us. At the same time, I wonder if Emperor Chongshang has the guts to make a bet with me, Long Chen? Humph. Hearing this, the Fire Cloud Heretic God laughed. Previously, Long Chen was lucky to escape and even brought away the Heavenly Cloud Fire World. To be honest, the thing that the Fire Cloud Heretic God desired the most was to crush these two fellas. Previously, he looked down on Long Chen and the others with a teasing attitude. But this time, when he put away his playful mood, things were different. Poor fella. He is indeed courageous, but his brain is not that good. He actually thinks that the previous time was my strength. He was about to step forward and directly crush Long Chen with his actions. Long Chen was unhurried. In the eyes of the deity emperors, he said to the Emperor Chongshang again, I have no grudge with the Golden Imperial Palace. Everyone has the right to fight for the Death World Blood Bead. Although young Master Ji Du was defeated, there is always victory and defeat in a battle. This is also a kind of training. In the end, I have no grudge with you, and there is no need to fight to the death. Therefore, I would like to make a bet with the Emperor Chongshang. If my brother and I lose the battle with the Fire Cloud Heretic God, we will hand over the Death World Blood Bead and the Longevity Grass, and apologize to you. But if the Fire Cloud Heretic God loses, you must let me enter the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. His thinking was very simple. If he lost, he could just leave. Anyway, the Death World would open again. Maybe he could enter without the Death World Blood Bead. There were still many things he needed to find in the myriad worlds. There was no need to waste his time here. He was not very sure of the outcome of the battle. But he had to admit that this was the best mental state he had been in for many years. His mind was very clear and calm. What bet? What qualifications do you have to bet? I'll just take care of you. Fire Cloud Wretch God laughed evilly. Long Chen laughed and said, Of course you don't know. Since the Golden Imperial Palace is the second strongest power in the clear sky, They don't even dare to accept a bet from a mere divine king like me. That can only mean that they have no confidence in you at all. Fire Cloud Wretch God. Being provoked by Long Chen, Fire Cloud Wretch God's anger erupted. He looked at Eternal Monarch and said, "Fine, since he wants to play these tricks, I'll make him lose wholeheartedly. If I lose, I'll give you my Death World Blood Bead, and you just have to agree to his so-called bet." Long Chen's provocation against Fire Cloud Wretch God's temper was simply marvelous. Everyone knew that this was a provocation. Even Fire Cloud Wretch God himself knew it. But after being provoked by Long Chen, if he did not accept it, he would not be able to step down. Since they cared about their face, Long Chen set out on this point. As expected, everything went according to plan. Great Monarch Chong Shang pondered for a moment, but he still couldn't believe that Long Chen would be able to defeat the Fire Cloud Fiend God in a head-on battle. After all, he knew what had happened last time. The Fire Cloud Fiend God had been careless, and that was why Long Chen had managed to escape. However, if Long Chen were to defeat the Fire Cloud Fiend God in a head-on battle, he knew that it was even more impossible. Of course, he could not harm the harmony between him and Fire Cloud Wretch God. So he said, "I agree to his bet, but your Death World Blood Bead is yours. We can't take it. Moreover, you are helping us fight, so we should thank you." He also gave Fire Cloud Wretch God face. This way, everyone was happy. As long as they defeated Long Chen, they could regain their face. Those treasures were secondary. "All right, I'll agree to whatever you say. However, you have to guarantee that there's a clear winner in this battle. If you flee halfway through, it'll be considered as your loss. We won't go easy on you the next time you try to enter the Supreme Purity Palace," Emperor Chongsheng said. From the beginning to the end, Emperor Yuehua did not say a word. But from her eyes, it was clear that she knew the gap between the two of them. She also saw that Long Chen was not sure about the result of the battle. Indeed, this kid is very smart. He knows that this is the only way. Fire Cloud Wretch God is the bottom line that we can accept, and also the limit that he can challenge. Such intelligence, I really can't help but like him. Emperor Yuehua's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Long Chen's every move lovingly. Long Chen felt her strange gaze, but he did not care. Everything was going according to his plan. Fire Cloud Wretch God stepped out with a sinister smile. The news of this battle spread like wildfire, becoming the focus of the world. Even within Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, many people emerged from the clouds and watched the battle from afar, discussing softly. These people wore the same Taoist robes, and had a mysterious aura around them. Their demeanor was elegant, and their status was high. But all of Long Chen's attention was on Fire Cloud Wretch God. This was the battle of revenge that he had prepared. The only way to enter Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace was to muster up his courage and discuss with Mo Xiaolang. He was confident that he could create such a situation, and he succeeded. Eternal Monarch would not go back on his words. So the only thing we need to do is to defeat him, and take revenge. Long Chen was good at making such complicated situations simple. If it was just a battle, he could focus wholeheartedly on victory. At this moment, Long Chen's fighting spirit and his heart were connected with Mo Xiaolang. In the God Nation, Mo Xiaolang, who had achieved the absolute beginning immortal realm, was Long Chen's biggest reliance in this battle. They were both people who could defeat perfection realm deity emperors, and Mo Xiaolang was best at fighting opponents who were proficient in fire laws. And after Long Chen obtained the sacrificial spear, under the influence of the sacrificial spear, he actually had a certain level of understanding of the laws. Holding the sacrificial spear and feeling the aura of the sacrificial spear, he actually had many ideas. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fire Cloud Wretch God approached them with a sinister smile. With every step he took, he would set off a huge wave of fire, pressing down on them, causing Long Chen's battle robe to flutter, and his cold face was also flickering with the opponent's fiery light. "It's over!" Fire Cloud Wretch God roared, and in an instant, he had already turned into a flaming man. One punch. At this moment, a black-robed young man stood in front of Long Chen, and stretched out his hand, and a fiery red ring instantly shone. Chapter 29-34. Everyone could clearly see the Sky Cloud Fire World on Mo Xiaolang's wrist. The Sky Cloud Fire World was also known as the Sky Cloud Fire Ring. Mo Xiaolang activated the Chaos Primordial Level Fortune Divine Artifact. In an instant, the 9 great worlds descended like 9 giant snakes. Endless flames swept out and instantly engulfed the fire cloud evil god that was rushing towards Long Chen. It had always been the fire cloud heretic god devouring others, but this was the first time he was the one being devoured. This scene surprised the gods, and they looked at each other in dismay. In the blink of an eye, the flames danced in front of them, and the fire cloud heretic god disappeared. What appeared in front of them was an inconspicuous cloud. If an outsider could break this cloud, they would be able to rescue the fire cloud heretic god. But this was a fair fight. Therefore, everything depended on the fire cloud heretic god himself. That's the world he's most familiar with. Even if the demon race controls it, they won't be able to do anything to him. His goal today is to take back his Skycloud fire world. Eternal the Arch said calmly. But they weren't used to it. If the fire cloud heretic god was brought into the Skycloud fire world, they wouldn't be able to see anything. At this time, they all turned their gazes to Eternal the Arch. Forget it. Great Monarch Chongsheng waved his hand, and a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the air, and the mirror expanded in front of everyone's eyes. Soon, everyone could see a sea of fire in the mirror, burning clouds, as well as Long Chen, the fire cloud wretch god, and the others. Is that Eternal Thearcha's eternal grade destinable artifact? That's right, it's the Golden Imperial Mirror, the magic treasure of the Golden Imperial Palace. The name Golden Imperial Palace comes from this mirror. But it looks a little ordinary. It's rumored that an eternal grade destinable artifact can kill with a single shine. If you think it's ordinary, you can try it. As Great Emperor Chongsheng manipulated the Golden Imperial Mirror, many people were attracted by it. They stared at it in a daze, their eyes filled with endless envy. If not for the Golden Imperial Mirror, Eternal Monarch wouldn't have been ranked 19th on the Divine Emperor ranking. They were all God Emperors, but they were far weaker than Eternal Monarch Chongsheng. But soon, the fierce battle between the Fire Cloud Evil God and the Longchen brothers made the deity emperors forget about the Golden Imperial Mirror. Instead, they watched the images in the mirror nervously. They're killing each other. Devil Ancient Path, Extreme Fire Divine Armor. Heavenly Gathering Cloud Fire Sword. The Fire Cloud Heretic God's fury soared to the heavens. He wore a divine armor and held a divine sword in his hand. From the moment he entered, his eyes were burning red, completely in line with his surroundings. Today was the day he would avenge his humiliation. Who would have thought that you would actually reach the God of Absolute Beginning in just a few days? No wonder you have the courage to challenge me. However, you underestimate me too much. Looking at the current Mo Xiaolang, the Fire Cloud Heretic God wasn't surprised. Even if Mo Xiaolang reached the Perfection Realm, he wouldn't be afraid. In his life, he had defeated many Perfection Realm God Emperors. Mo Xiaolang was shrouded in a sea of fire. Half of his body was covered in white flames, and the other half was black flames. The cold and hot alternated, forming a whirlpool that revolved around Mo Xiaolang. Longchen didn't lean on Mo Xiaolang once. This time he didn't need to. He stood on the other side of the Fire Cloud Heretic God. Actually, in the battle against the Fire Cloud Heretic God, Mo Xiaolang was still the main force. This was his most restrained opponent. Long Chen's current rules were more suitable to threaten the Fire Cloud Heretic God. Of course, he would also ensure the safety of Mo Xiaolang. Hee. The Fire Cloud Heretic God moved in the boundless rolling sea of clouds. Indeed, he still thought that Long Chen was the biggest threat. Therefore, he still charged towards Long Chen. In the previous battle he was very confident, so he was very casual. But this time, he had to fight with his life on the line. Everyone was watching. If he still let Long Chen be fooled this time, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Taiching sky anymore. Rage. Fight with his life on the line. The same rules, but the lethality was multiplied by several times. At this moment, the heavenly cluster cloud fire sword released a monstrous divine power, tearing the layers of clouds apart. In an instant, it arrived in front of Long Chen. Under the slash of the divine sword, Long Chen was facing a peerless crisis. Naturally, the Fire Cloud Heretic God was very powerful. Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword with both hands. He was extremely calm. The power of time crazily gathered in the sword, forming a vortex of time. Facing such a powerful opponent, he had many methods of time, but they were all useless against this guy. Only the sword of time could block him. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Just as Long Chen and the Fire Cloud Heretic God sword clashed, Mo Xiaolang pulled the sun-shooting divine bow to its fullest. The setting sun god arrow was imbued with two kinds of ancestral flames, and his mixed divine power. In an instant, it was released. The setting sun god arrow exploded with power that completely surpassed Tian Yi's. It tore through the sea of flames and descended on the back of the Fire Cloud Heretic God, aiming at his rule core. Dang! The Sword of Time was still blocked by the Fire Cloud Heretic God armor. But the Fire Cloud Heretic God couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Because of Mo Xiaolong's setting sun god arrow, the Fire Cloud Heretic God was shocked and had no choice but to retract the power of the Heaven Slash, allowing Long Chen to easily dodge it. Bang! The setting sun god arrow was sent flying by the Fire Cloud Heretic God. Only the ancestral flames managed to burn his body. If it wasn't for the Fire Cloud Heretic God armor, the ancestral flames would have been able to injure him. This kind of flame is actually just a seed. How terrifying will it be if it takes form? For the first time, the Fire Cloud Heretic God was very interested in Mo Xiaolang. Previously, he knew that the ancestral flames were very special, but he didn't expect them to be seeds. Since they were seeds, there was a high possibility that they were seeds. Snatch them. This was the strongest thought in his mind at this moment. Even though the Heaven Slash was blocked, and the God Emperors outside looked down on him, he didn't care. His scorching eyes stared at Mo Xiaolang, filled with greed. He smiled evilly. So you're the most troublesome one. Then, I'll take care of you first. As he finished speaking, he swept the sea of fire towards Mo Xiaolang. The ultimate God Emperor's divine might was vast and mighty. When he held the sword hilt with both hands, the Fire Cloud Heretic God armor and the Fire Cloud sword fused together. A monstrous evil chi burst out, and the murderous chi swept across the 9 worlds. The black fog engulfed the layers of fiery clouds. Demon kill. It was this move again. Before Long Chen and the others escaped, the Fire Cloud Heretic God used the demon kill on them. In fact, this was already the limit of the Fire Cloud Heretic God. He almost used 2 creation divine weapons, both of which were at the primordial level, to create this demon kill. In the black fog, the Fire Cloud Heretic God's aura changed drastically. It had nothing to do with fire, and it was purely the power of another rule. He seemed to have 2 kinds of rule. One was fire, and the other should be evil. This was the rule of the demon kill. Evil, murderous, one touch and death. When this Fire Cloud guy gets serious, he's quite scary. Seeing the demon kill, even great Emperor Yuehua couldn't help but say so. Judging from this rule, the Fire Cloud Heretic God completely surpassed Long Chen and the others. Rumble. The Fire Cloud Heretic God attacked Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, I'll do it myself. Mo Xiaolang's voice was calm. Long Chen put down the god-slaying sword in his hand and watched Mo Xiaolang deal with it himself. Although today was a battle of revenge, Long Chen felt very relaxed. There were many thoughts in his mind. Once the battle started, he entered a magical state. Ever since I set foot in the clear sky, I met the devil, then the child prodigy, then war god Kidu, then the golden imperial palace, and now this Fire Cloud Heretic God. Everything is interconnected. The cause creates the result, and the result creates the next cause. This cycle is very interesting. It is because of this series of causes that I will be fighting with this Fire Cloud Heretic God here. The karma of the myriad worlds was complicated and mysterious. For example, for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, there were billions of karma involved in their first encounter at the Rising Sun restaurant in Baiyang Town, and today's battle against the Fire Cloud Heretic God. Every karma was interconnected. If any of the links were broken, they would not be where they were today. The rules of karma could come after time and fate, but before life. This was enough to show how mysterious it was. When Long Chen stopped, it was indeed when Mo Xiaolang erupted. In the blink of an eye, a sun-devouring demonic wolf appeared in the endless sea of fire. In the golden imperial mirror, everything could be seen clearly. Demon kill descended. The Fire Cloud Heretic God's rage was everywhere. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf howled. Under its control, the Sky Cloud Fire world twisted and changed. The 9 worlds turned into 9 huge flame serpents. Each one was ferocious, and the crimson flames were dyed with black and white ancestral flames. This was what the fire cloud heretic god wanted the most. The world serpent hissed and twisted, rolling the fire cloud evil god who was in the middle of casting the evil devil kill. In an instant, there were exclamations. This is not the fire cloud heretic god's heavenly cloud fire snake. Unexpectedly, it was executed by Mo Xiaolang. The heavenly cloud fire snake relied on the heavenly cloud fire world. However, it was still the fire cloud heretic god's rule. It was just that the last time Mo Xiaolang encountered this rule, he had nearly devoured it. Now he could execute it smoothly. He was using his heavenly cloud fire snake to fight against the demon kill. Boom boom boom. The giant heavenly cloud fire snake kept attacking the fire cloud heretic god. The 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame had a miraculous effect. They increased the might of the heavenly cloud fire snake, causing the fire cloud heretic god to vomit blood. The evil demon's kill instinct was about to take Mo Xiaolong's life, but it was interrupted by this attack. Mo Xiaolong's tenacity was terrifyingly strong. Even fire cloud evil god couldn't suppress its own attack for a while. In his eyes, the threat of Mo Xiaolang soared. At the start, he was focused on Long Chen. But now, all his attention was on Mo Xiaolang. When the demon kill was forced back, he roared angrily. In his rage, he had already decided on the method to kill Mo Xiaolang. That demon race is unexpectedly strong. The fire cloud heretic god is forced to the point of risking his life. Long Chen was ignored at this time. This was because Mo Xiaolang was too outstanding. Chapter 29:35. Up until now, Long Chen was like a bystander in this battle. But in fact, he was deeply involved in this battle. It was just that he was in a relaxed mood. What he was pondering was not how to defeat his opponent, but to ponder on a deeper level of rules. Things like rules, once one got started, were actually quite fascinating. In particular, Long Chen's rules were mysterious, and endlessly interesting. When the dragon scales of the divine way heart refining dragon appeared on his body, the time in his eyes gradually changed. The whole world seemed to have turned into a ball of threads, and countless karma entangled together, dense and endless. Boom. Mo Xiaolang relied on his own strength to force the fire cloud heretic god to stop, which shocked all the gods. But the fire cloud heretic god was almost in a state of insanity. He longed for the ancestral fire, and he might be able to save his face. Therefore, when the evil spirit kill was suppressed, his face was damaged again. His eyes were filled with anger, and he almost exploded. He waved the long sword in his hand, and a vortex formed around him. An even more terrifying rule descended. This time I want you dead. The fire cloud heretic god's heavenly cluster cloud fire sword released streams of divine fire that shot out. Each stream of divine fire was different. Those divine fires entered the whirlpool around him. Vaguely, an array diagram that could burst the heavenly cloud fire world actually appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless divine fires appeared. Around the fire cloud heretic god, a large number of divine fires were arranged according to the formation diagram. In the end, a total of 999 kinds of divine fires appeared, arranged neatly around the fire cloud heretic god. This was a pure rule of fire. Under the nourishment of the fire cloud heretic god, each kind of divine fire was fierce and powerful, surpassing Mo Xiaolong's divine fire. Evil fire soaring to the sky. The fire cloud heretic god roared. The heaven cumulus fire sword danced. In an instant, the 999 kinds of divine fire seemed to have a life of their own. They screamed and mixed together, and the fire formation diagram spun wildly. All the divine fires collided together, and a terrifying power burst out, shaking Mo Xiaolong's sky fire world, and it was on the verge of collapsing. This was definitely a rule of fire that was much more terrifying than the sky cloud fire snake. Evil flames soared to the sky. With the final roar of the evil god of fire cloud, the divine flames entangled on the formation diagram and instantly formed a huge demonic claw. It was a demonic claw formed by 99 types of divine flames. It was like the arm of God, flashing with colorful colors. The convergence of the flames formed a violent power of rules. Mo Xiaolang had already discovered that the feeling of facing this soaring evil fire was exactly the same as facing the heavenly cloud fire serpent. Die! The voice of the fire cloud heretic god pierced through the heavens and earth, full of deterrence. Mo Xiaolang's heavenly cloud fire serpent was forced to retreat under the fiery claws. He could only pull the heavenly cloud fire serpent away and use the fire forbidden domain. Where's Big Brother? When Mo Xiaolang was searching for his position, Long Chen suddenly woke up. Fighting against the fire cloud heretic god, I was actually in a trance. Damn it. Long Chen had to hand it to himself. When he woke up from his stupor and saw the evil flame soaring into the sky, he realized the danger he was in. At this moment, the audacious Mo Xiaolang once again used the fire forbidden domain to devour the evil flames. This time, see if I don't burst you. Those were the divine flames that the fire cloud heretic god had cultivated for tens of millions of years. The power of each kind was close to that of Mo Xiaolang's ancestral flame seed. One could imagine how much flame power was contained in them. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic claw came and grabbed the lotus of the fire forbidden domain. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were red. Just like last time, he directly devoured them. There were only those thousands of divine flames in his eyes. As for whether he could devour them or not, his bloodline didn't give him a chance to hesitate. Right now, there was only one desire in his heart. Rumble. He rushed up and really devoured the soaring evil fire. When the gods saw that Mo Xiaolang was actually devouring the attack of the fire cloud heretic god, they were also stunned. If it was a fiery divine flame, not to mention 999 kinds, even one kind would be half dead after devouring it. Crazy. Mo Xiaolang wasn't crazy. This was what he and Long Chen had agreed on. In the plan, this situation might happen during the battle. When he devoured the soaring evil fire without hesitation, Long Chen instantly appeared above his head and transformed into the mixed Yuan Destiny Dragon. Defying the heavens and changing fate. Mo Xiaolang had experienced the same crisis of death. But as long as it was a flame to him, it seemed that the more dangerous it was. Defying the heavens and changing fate would allow him to explode with infinite potential. Defying the heavens and changing fate was the most mysterious rule for Long Chen now. The power of this rule could be big or small. If it was small, it would basically have no offensive effect. But if it was used in real situations, the power would be nature-defying. For example, he helped Mo Xiaolang to devour the divine flames. This was a tried and tested method. For the second time, Mo Xiaolang devoured all 999 godly fires. At that instant, his body was engulfed in colorful flames, as if his body was about to explode. But at the same time, the heaven-defying rule once again stimulated his limits. Everyone had limits, but the sky-devouring clan didn't have limits. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang's potential in this aspect simply surpassed that of Long Chen. Defying the heavens and changing fate was simply the most effective rule for him. But Fire Cloud Heretic God wouldn't understand. Last time, he did not manage to make Mo Xiaolang explode because he was just using it casually. This time, he was going to use his ultimate killing move. He was confident in this move. Not to mention Mo Xiaolang, even if the Eternal Monarch devoured the 999 divine fires, he would still die. But it was a pity that he met the combination of the Sky-Devouring Clan and the Heaven-Defying Fate-Changing. Mo Xiaolang looked like he was about to explode, but he didn't. He was holding on, his eyes were like fire as he stared at Fire Cloud Heretic God. He revealed a smile that made Fire Cloud Heretic God stunned. Long Chen stood at the side in his human form and smiled. Do you have more of these divine flames? How about some more? This sentence caused Fire Cloud Heretic God to break down. Mo Xiaolang actually didn't die from the explosion. What kind of monster was he? 999 kinds of divine flames were an important part of Fire Cloud Heretic God's power. He relied on this to become strong. But he never expected that the power that could clearly kill Emperor Chongsheng wouldn't be able to kill Mo Xiaolang. Not only him, even Emperor Chongsheng was stunned. When he looked back, everyone's eyes widened. They were sure that the divine flames in Mo Xiaolang's body didn't kill Mo Xiaolang. Instead, their power was reduced from a berserk state. Long Chen had already expected this. He had discussed with Mo Xiaolang before. If Fire Cloud Heretic God used the fire rule law again, they could try again. And as expected, it worked. Whoosh! Emo Xiaolang was like a monster. As he climbed higher and higher, even the fire cloud evil god almost collapsed when he glanced at it with his eyes. After this rule, the situation seemed to have reversed. The fire cloud evil god had lost a part of its power and was no longer as strong as before. Long Chen remained calm. Emo Xiaolang became even more ferocious. Facing the two of them, fire cloud heretic god's mind went blank. It was like he had encountered a nightmare. Not only him, even the god emperors outside couldn't believe it. What a monster. Something's not right. Fire cloud heretic god had a thought. The only thing they can suppress me with is the devouring ability of that demonic beast. Last time, I fell into their trap, and this time, I fell into their trap. I was even scared stiff. The problem is, they are not my opponents, even now. If I am scared stiff again, then I will really fall into their trap. Quickly kill them, then everything will be mine. At that moment, his heart was burning with a raging flame. His aura that had just weakened increased infinitely, displaying the peak state of an ultimate divine emperor. His laughter reverberated across the 9 worlds. Since the two of you have such a deep brotherhood and perfect cooperation, I'll let you kill each other. I admit that it's embarrassing to fall for your tricks twice. However, this also reveals that your real combat power is not a match for me. I won't use the fire rules of order. In this way, in my eyes, you're just 2 divine emperors in the perfection realm. Isn't it easy to kill you? Sure enough, he understood the truth. At this moment, fire cloud heretic god was the most dangerous. Even Emo Xiaolang, who had devoured so much divine fire, could not stop him. After all, he was no longer a fire god emperor. Emo Xiaolang had no advantage in other rules. Time waits for no man. Since it was shameful to this extent, fire cloud heretic god could only act fiercely. This time, the flames on his body disappeared completely, but his evil chi billowed. He opened his arms and embraced the world, as if he was in control of this world. World of heretic god. Soaring evil fire was his strongest rule law in the fire rule law. As for the world of heretic god, it was the most terrifying rule law. When the world of heretic god was executed, fire cloud heretic god turned into a core. His body gave birth to boundless aura, which instantly swept across the 9 worlds. In the 9 worlds, a new world was formed. The world of heretic god. In Emo Xiaolang's heavenly cloud fire world, a new world was born. It was as if fire cloud heretic god had once again seized control. This new world was filled with a sinister aura. This aura was the power of laws. Under these laws, Long Chen quickly realized that this evil god world was a law that could infect one's mind, causing them to go crazy and lose their sanity. It wasn't controlling, but it could create chaos, causing the enemy to enter a state where they only knew how to destroy, kill, and not recognize their own family. Blood was everywhere, and it was a chaotic scene. Long Chen was proficient in the rules of fate, and within the evil chi, he was able to maintain a trace of clarity. But at this moment, Emo Xiaolang's heavy breathing could be heard. Looking back, his eyes were in a very chaotic state. He should have been affected by the rules of the world of heretic god, and the degree was very deep. This was because Emo Xiaolang's resistance towards this aspect was weaker, but he had just devoured the divine fire. Long Chen, who was the closest to him, became his target. This fire cloud heretic god is indeed an ultimate god emperor. Amazing. Chapter 29:36. Long Chen didn't have a way to control the chaotic Emo Xiaolang. This was the same as losing a large amount of combat strength. Long Chen not only had to dodge Emo Xiaolang's attacks, but he also had to deal with Fire Cloud Evil God. Although he was much weaker now and had to support Evil God World's huge laws, it was still a terrifying challenge for Long Chen. After the Evil God conquered the world, the Fire Cloud Evil God instantly took control of the situation and regained his confidence. He stared coldly at Long Chen with his sinister eyes and said with a smile before Emo Xiaolang lost his temper, "It seems that I still have to deal with you, you fly." The moment he said this, the sun-devouring demon wolf roared and treated Long Chen as an opponent. It casually spat out dozens of god flames that belonged to Fire Cloud Evil God. Long Chen had to hide from Emo Xiaolang, but the moment he left, Fire Cloud Evil God chased up to him. As for Emo Xiaolang, Evil God World affected his mind. He couldn't find an opponent, so he started to destroy things. However, he didn't remove Sky Cloud Fire World. Evil God World, everything returned to evil. Where do you think you are escaping to? Didn't you say that you want to defeat me? Fire Cloud Evil God's evil laughter was everywhere. This was his world and he had the absolute initiative. The evil god's world was also constantly eroding Long Chen's mind. Once it was broken, Long Chen would fall into the same situation as Mo Xiaolang. Then they would really be finished. The Fire Cloud Evil God had his eyes on the ancestral fire. If it was defeated, the loss would be huge. Not to mention the battle against Di Jun South Fire Cloud Evil God descended in front of Long Chen. This place was slightly away from Mo Xiaolang. There is nowhere to run. The Fire Cloud Heretic God took a deep breath. This time, he had really suffered a setback. Only now did he feel relieved. He held the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Fire Sword and walked towards Long Chen step by step. Even though he was exhausted now, he still had the confidence to defeat Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold and sharp. He didn't look as shocked as Fire Cloud Evil God had imagined. He casually turned his hand, and a silver-white long spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead of the long spear was very sharp. It was overbearing and majestic, just like Long Chen at this moment. Facing such an opponent, Fire Cloud Evil God's footsteps paused. Now, Long Chen changed drastically. His body was covered with black and gold dragon scales. Moreover, a long sword appeared on his glabella. It looked like a horn and a dragon tail pierced through his body. The tail was like a whip and it looked very similar to the heaven sacrificial spear in Long Chen's hand. The claws on his hands were as sharp as blades. Fire Cloud Evil God didn't recognize Long Chen. He used to be bloodthirsty but now, he was upright, overbearing and cold. The aura on his body was the complete opposite of evil qi. It was the rule that completely restrained evil qi. Indifference and judgment. Long Chen faced Fire Cloud Evil God and pointed the heaven sacrificial spear at his glabella. A cold qi appeared out of nowhere. Isn't his creation divine weapon the divine sword Devil Pagoda? Why does he have this spear? Outside the Sky Cloud Fire World, the God Emperors were puzzled. Fire Cloud Evil God had the same doubts as them. At this moment, he was disgusted by Long Chen. It was just like how he hated Mo Xiaolang's flame that restrained him. Even the heaven sacrificial spear was something that restrained him. Once these things appeared, his evil god world would never be able to infect Long Chen. Courting death. The more he hated him, the more Fire Cloud Evil God wanted to attack. But he didn't expect Long Chen to be faster. Without saying a word, he turned into a gold and black shadow and appeared in front of Fire Cloud Evil God, piercing with his spear. Heavenly punishment. God Dao Heart refining dragon's power of judgment. The Fire Cloud Evil God coldly laughed and used the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Fire Sword to block. But when it came into contact with the power of the heavenly punishment, it was still shocked. Under its influence, the power in its body started to become chaotic. Ding! The huge force of the spear caused Fire Cloud Evil God to take 3 steps back. You don't seem to have much power left. Long Chen's cold voice rang out. Even if I don't have much power left, I can still take your life. Fire Cloud Evil God counterattacked. He casually used Heaven's Slash. Actually, Long Chen was in a mysterious realm. Evil God World. Xiaolang fell for it. I faced him alone, but he had the Devil Ancient Dao Extreme Fire Divine Armor. I couldn't injure him at all. These are all reasons. Everything is because of the existence of karma. Everything is an amalgamation of karma. For this heaven sacrificial spear to appear in my hands, it was created by billions of karma. And the creation of the heaven sacrificial spear also involved countless karma. Fire Cloud Evil God is also a part of karma. When he thought about this, in his eyes, Fire Cloud Evil God had turned into a ball of thread. Within it, there were countless karma and he was the amalgamation of karma. Previously, he was immersed in this world. Today, this feeling came again. It was really mysterious and interesting. It allowed him to surpass life and death. He couldn't see his own life and death. Maybe this was why karma was before life. Unconsciously, he felt a power in his heart. That power followed his will and headed to the heaven sacrificial spear. That power was very strange. It was invisible but it existed. It seemed to be just a little bit of power, but it involved endless things. It was as if many mysterious things had appeared in this power. It was an extremely complicated ball of thread. Pooh! Subconsciously, Long Chen stabbed the heaven sacrificial spear towards the charging fire cloud evil god. Actually, to the god emperors outside, Long Chen was about to die. It was just that he ignored his own life and death. The entire world had become karma and nothing else. He attacked fire cloud evil god like a ball of thread hitting another ball of thread. Or, he used a spike to disrupt the ball of thread. Pierce. Disrupt. After defying the heavens and changing his fate, Long Chen had already comprehended the profundities of the laws of fate. At this moment, he realized that the laws of karma were similarly profundities. This was especially the case for this piercing attack of his. Even he himself didn't know what it was or how he used it. Everything was just like a dream. Ding. It seemed that the heaven sacrificial spear had stabbed and shattered something. This crisp sound caused Long Chen to completely wake up from his previous state. What he saw was that in front of him, it seemed that the heaven sacrificial spear had pierced a hole through the supreme fire divine armor of Devil Ancient Way, directly into the body of Fire Cloud Evil God, and at the same time, came out from the back of Fire Cloud Evil God. Right at the center of the chest of Fire Cloud Evil God, in the middle of the world tree, where the heart of the rules was. The heaven sacrificial spear pierced into the heart of the rules of Fire Cloud Evil God, but it didn't kill it. Perhaps at the last moment, Fire Cloud Evil God dodged a little. His primordial spirit was scratched, but he didn't die directly. In fact, as long as Long Chen added another extermination dragon seal, it would be fine. Just now, Long Chen was still in a trance. He thought back to how he used the heaven sacrificial spear just now. That mysterious piercing, that mysterious force that belonged to karma, left an endless aftertaste in his mouth. It was like tasting a delicacy. Fire Cloud Evil God was extremely weak. His heaven cumulus fire sword had long fallen into the sea of clouds below. At this moment, his hands were pressing down on Long Chen's heaven sacrificial spear, but he actually didn't have the strength to pull it out from his body. When Long Chen saw the look in his eyes, horror was no longer enough to describe it. He was simply on the verge of collapse. It was as if he had encountered the most unbelievable world in his tens of millions of years. The heaven cumulus fire sword was strangely shaken away. The Devil Ancient Path's extreme fire divine armor that he had the most confidence in was strangely torn apart by the strange force of the heaven sacrificial spear. That force wasn't huge, but inexplicable. In the end, the heaven sacrificial spear pierced through him, and even pierced through the Devil Ancient Path's extreme fire divine armor. This piercing caused him to fall from his peak to rock bottom. His spirit collapsed, and he absolutely lost all his combat strength. Even if Long Chen wanted to kill him, it would be a simple matter. The defeat of Fire Cloud Evil God resulted in the removal of the world of fiend gods. Only then did Mo Xiaolang, whose mind had been affected, wake up. When he saw Long Chen's heaven sacrificial spear pierce through Fire Cloud Evil God, and Fire Cloud Evil God was defeated, even Mo Xiaolang was stunned. What just happened? You lost. I won't kill you. Long Chen slowly pulled out the heaven sacrificial spear, which was dripping with blood. Of course, he couldn't kill him. Emperor Chongshang and the others were still watching outside. If he wanted to kill him, he might not be able to get past them. After all, Long Chen still had to rely on the bet to enter the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. However, he had to admit that the feeling just now was really mysterious, and it was extremely satisfying. This is Karma Thorn. Long Chen had vaguely grasped the tale of this rule. What he needed now was a quiet environment to properly remember the feeling he had just experienced. In the future, he would definitely be able to completely grasp this karma thorn. He wouldn't need to rely on his luck today to grasp even a tiny bit of it. However, he could finally take a big step in the rules of karma. Saber and Sword God Prison, Heaven's Jewels, were the rules of judgment and morality. Karma Emperor Sword and Karma Thorn were the true rules of karma. Now, Long Chen had not fully grasped the karma thorn. In the future, when he truly succeeded, he would know what was going on. However, it was undeniable that the karma thorn was extremely useful. Otherwise, how could he defeat Fire Cloud Evil God? That scene happened all of a sudden, without any warning. At first, everyone thought that Mo Xiaolang was a miracle. Indeed. But what was going on with this scene? When everyone clearly saw that it was indeed Long Chen who pierced through demonic ancient Tao's divine fire armor and heavily injured Fire Cloud evil god, they all held their breaths. Miracle. Emperor Changsheng sighed. He believed in his own eyes, and believed that this was the result, even though there were many things that he did not understand. It is said that this Long Chen is a genius in the field of rules. In this battle, it was because of his strange rules that allowed the demonic wolf to devour the divine fire. In the end, it was another extremely mystical rule that defeated Fire Cloud evil god. Emperor Changsheng sighed. Looking back, even Emperor Yuehua's eyes were wide open as he looked at everything in disbelief. Hee. Celestial Empress Yuehua suddenly smiled. Her cheeks flushed red as her heart pounded rapidly. She stared at Long Chen, unable to take her eyes off him. Her heart was in turmoil. Everyone knew that Long Chen's performance would make her go crazy. This woman that countless people wanted had never looked at her peers, but was interested in slightly younger gods. Today, Long Chen's appearance made her tremble with excitement. Boom! The skycloud fire world disappeared. Chapter 29:37. Fire Cloud evil god crawled out of the clouds with difficulty. Unfortunately, he was notorious. Even now, no one came to help him. Everyone's attention was on Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The battle was over, but they didn't feel tired at all. Mo Xiaolang, in particular, was digesting the 999 divine fires of Fire Cloud evil god after devouring them. The divine fires cultivated by Fire Cloud evil god were stronger and more powerful than the ones he had devoured before. It would take some time for him to fully digest them. Big brother, I'll go in first. He needed a quieter environment. All right. Long Chen asked him to return to his divine country. He still had to face Longevity Immortal Emperor and the others. He was only one step away from entering the Tai Ching Sky Palace. In fact, many people from the Tai Ching Sky Palace had already come out to watch the battle. These true masters of the Tai Ching Sky had ethereal temperaments, noble spirits, and sage-like bones. They were free from the secular world and were respected by others. But now, the ones they admired were Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Defeating Fire Cloud evil god was their most perfect combination. It was the work of both of them. In the end, it was also because Fire Cloud evil god was in a weakened state. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to complete such a miraculous kill. Fire Cloud evil god had lost face and urgently needed a place to recuperate. Therefore, he got up and stepped into the Tai Ching Sky Palace with a cold expression. He still had the blood orb of death, so he could enter. Only Long Chen and Longevity Immortal Emperor were left behind. Everyone in Golden Imperial Palace had different expressions. Long Chen recovered slightly from the mystery of the law of karma. Seeing that even Changsheng Heavenly Emperor was looking at him with confusion, he seized this opportunity and said, "Seniors, according to the previous bet, I have defeated the Fire Cloud evil god. It's time for me to enter the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace." The higher the status of an existence, the more important their words were. If someone like the Changsheng Heavenly Emperor were to go back on his word at this time, he would be mocked by the world. No matter how unwilling the Moonflower Emperor was, he couldn't stop Long Chen at this time. "You may enter," the Longevity Immortal Emperor said in a low voice and stepped aside. Long Chen seized this opportunity and rushed inside. In fact, Monarch Changsheng was already considering if he should continue being enemies with Long Chen. He had heard of Long Chen's achievements and knew that he was definitely one of the top geniuses in the myriad worlds. Even the descendants of the supreme gods weren't as good as Long Chen. With such great potential, he will definitely become a supreme god in the future. But just as he was thinking, Long Chen passed by. The Moonlight Empress gritted her teeth and said, "Don't be happy too early. You better not meet me in the Death Realm." Yes, in the Death Realm, there would be even greater competition. Oh. Long Chen responded indifferently. The Longevity Immortal Emperor interrupted the Moonlight Empress and said, "It's about time, the three of you should go in too." He was referring to the other three Ultimate Realm Divine Emperors in the Golden Imperial Palace. The competition in the Death Realm had a rule that Divine Emperors with Eternal level items couldn't enter the Death Realm to compete. Therefore, the Longevity Immortal Emperor didn't have this quota. The 3 Death Realm blood orbs they obtained were given to the other 3. In fact, They wanted to get one more orb and let war god Ji-Du enter to gain experience. After all, in the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, as long as one was a primordial divine emperor, they could enter the Death Realm. But the Death Realm blood orb fell into the hands of Long Chen. Moonlight. This kid has great potential and may have a hidden background. We don't have any deep hatred with him, so it's better to be cautious, the Longevity Immortal Emperor said to the Moonlight Empress before she entered. All right, the Moonlight Empress agreed. She thought for a moment and said, "It's said that Di Jun, who ranks first on the Godly Emperor ranking list, is hunting him down. He doesn't have a powerful background, but he does have great potential. If we don't kill him quickly, he'll become a big problem. But he has even more powerful enemies. We don't need to get involved in this. Let Di Jun fight him." "It's good that you understand," the Longevity Immortal Emperor said. The Longevity Immortal Emperor was relieved. After hearing their conversation, Yuhua couldn't help but laugh and said, "What cowards. The Godly Emperor ranking list? Let's see how I'll deal with this kid. Just wait and see. You won't get to know him without discord. I'll make Ji-Du call him uncle." "Yuhua, don't be rash." Before he could finish his words, Yuhua turned around and walked towards Long Chen. This time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolong's performance made them feel deeply afraid. They were almost stunned. Although they worked together, they had defeated an ultimate divine emperor. The three from the Golden Imperial Shrine followed Long Chen to the Xueqi Palace. The Xueqi Palace was majestic and solemn. Every decoration was marvelous. The disciples of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace were all godly kings. The threshold to enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace was godly kings. Although Longevity Immortal Emperor and the others seemed to be far stronger than the disciples of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, they were actually the strongest outside of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, while the disciples of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace were the weakest. Although the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace is huge, there aren't many disciples. There are only a few thousand, less than 10,000. But without exception, they're all very strong and have the best potential in the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. Most of them even have the chance to break through to the absolute beginning divine realm. The threshold was the grand incipient divine realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that even the hell godly kings weren't qualified to enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. In the Xueqi Palace, the crowd dispersed. There was an existence that Long Chen deeply respected hiding in the crowd. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be Dao Ancestor Tai Ching? Finally, Long Chen saw the person in the deepest part of the Xueqi Palace. This was a middle-aged deity with black hair and a black beard. He stood straight like a pine tree on a cliff. He wore a green Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to see if there were any pupils in his eyes. It was as if they were endless clouds that were the entire grand pure sky. The clouds moved, and the clouds lingered, as if there were mysterious rules hidden within. Seeing Long Chen, he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. I'm the first disciple of Dao Ancestor Tai Ching. You can call me Taoist Shen Qing. Please show me your blood orb of death." Taoist Shen Qing. Long Chen knew him. Previously, he had heard that the Longevity Immortal Emperor was the third strongest in the Tai Ching Heavenly Sky, and the strongest was naturally the Tai Ching Dao Ancestor. Therefore, he asked who the second strongest was. The answer he got was the first disciple of the Tai Ching Dao Ancestor, the current leader of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, Taoist Shen Qing. Dao Ancestor Tai Ching had already transcended worldly matters. He drifted in the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace and couldn't be found. Taoist Shen Qing was ranked 14th on the Divine Emperor ranking list. He was a few ranks higher than Emperor Chongsheng. It was said that Emperor Chongsheng had once challenged Taoist Shen Qing but failed. After all, they were between the 11th and 20th levels. The rules of the Divine Emperor ranking list were the same as the Divine King ranking list. Emperor Chongsheng could challenge Taoist Shen Qing directly. Long Chen took the blood orb of death and said, "Junior Long Chen, this is my blood orb of death." He just needed to show it. Actually, Taoist Shen Qing didn't need to come here. He came because of the battle between Long Chen and Fire Cloud Evil God. Then, Emperor Yuhua, and another Emperor Jin Yib from the Golden Palace walked into the Xueqi Palace. Emperor Chongsheng and Taoist Shen Qing looked at each other outside. Divine Emperor Yuhua walked to Long Chen's side and blinked his eyes, exuding an indescribable charm. He licked his lips lightly, causing others to be envious. Just a small matter in the death realm. Why would Taoist Xueqi personally come out to welcome you? The Moonlight Empress adjusted her state of mind and laughed. Taoist Xueqi smiled and said, I heard that the child ranked first on the Divine King ranking list challenged Fire Cloud Evil God. I was curious, so of course I came out to watch. It was indeed wonderful. Since Emperor Yu Hua is here, I will lead you to the Heavenly Purity Palace and wait for the Death World to open. Please follow me. Although Taoist Xueqi was a peerless expert and was practically the real person in charge of Grand Clarity Sky, he was very polite to everyone. It was as if they were bathed in a spring breeze, as if they were in a green bamboo forest, comfortable and comfortable. Please. The four followed Taoist Xueqi into the misty Grand Pure Sky Palace. This was the birthplace of the three purity true qi, so it was especially dense. It was the best place to cultivate. The palace, the pavilions, the mountains, the water, the flowers, and the grass were all mysterious. It was indeed a true sacred ground. Taoist Xueqi led the four through the palace. There were divine kings walking around. Once they saw Taoist Xueqi, they bowed respectfully with respect in their eyes. Emperor Yu Hua listened to Emperor Chongshang's advice. At least she wouldn't find trouble with Long Chen here. Emperor Jin Yi followed beside her while Emperor Yu Hua purposely stayed behind. Instead, he walked together with Long Chen. Her sparkling eyes stared at Long Chen. Looking at her expression, she couldn't help but drool. Long Chen didn't know her, but from the moment they met, she was different from Emperor Yu Hua and the others. It was just that the way she looked at him was a little strange. It was the same expression Mo Xiaolang had when he saw the divine fire. I have something to do. Long Chen was speechless after seeing her stare for so long. You're so beautiful. Yu Hua Divine Emperor praised. Long Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Same here. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to her. However, Yu Hua Divine Emperor still looked at him with admiration and circled around him. This woman had a unique flavor, but Long Chen did not want to have too much to do with her. Taoist Xueqi moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Heavenly Purity Palace. This was the place where the Heavenly Purity Palace entertained their guests. Everyone, please enter. He led the group into the spacious hall. The hall wasn't grand. Instead, it was simple and elegant, with a sense of age. Everyone, please take a seat. Among them, there were 10 seats. A few of them were already occupied. They were all people who had obtained the blood beads of the Death World. Including Long Chen and the others, including Fire Cloud Evil God, there were a total of 7 people here. After taking a seat, Emperor Yu Hua purposely sat beside Long Chen. Everyone, there are still over 90 days before the Death World opens. Please take a short rest. 2 months later, you will head to the Death World with the disciples of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. This humble one will not accompany you for now. If you have any requests, feel free to ask the disciples of my Heavenly Palace. Chapter 29:38. There are 2 of you, but you only have 1 Death World blood bead. Once you enter the Death World, you won't have anyone to help you, and your fighting strength will plummet. Aren't you worried? After sitting down, Long Chen focused on comprehending the Karma Thorn, but Yu Hua, this strange woman, kept talking to him. Long Chen thought of this problem too. Divine Emperor Yu Hua chuckled. I guessed it. You must be thinking that the Divine Kingdom can be opened in the Death World, right? Idiot, if that's the case, a single Death World blood bead can bring everyone in. How can there be such a good thing? The Death World is a very strange place. If you open your Divine Kingdom there, something strange will happen. Your Divine Kingdom will fuse with the Death World, becoming a part of the Death World. Then, the Death World will devour your Divine Kingdom, and you will lose it, lose everything. Is that so? To be honest, Long Chen didn't know this. In the beginning, someone didn't know and opened a God Nation in the Death World. As a result, many of his family members in the God Nation were devoured by the Death World. You little fool, you don't even know this. Many people will die because of you. Divine Emperor Yu Hua rebuked. Long Chen was taken aback. Actually, whether or not Yu Hua was telling the truth, anyone could confirm it. Therefore Yang Qi believed him. Now that he thought about it, if it weren't for the fact that the God Kingdom didn't dare to open, then anyone could bring a group of people in. Then the 3 Dao patriarchs wouldn't have needed to compete in the Death Rain. The Death Rain blood pearls were designed to ensure that each person would only have one spot. This was the most important reason why the 3 Dao ancestors chose the Death World as their battlefield. It was also very fair. Then in the Death World, not only Mo Xiaolang, but also Lingxi and the others couldn't fight. Of course, the Death World is the world of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. I might be different. Moreover, my God Nation won't be so easy to fuse. He knew this in his heart, so he wasn't frightened for the time being. His main purpose in entering the Death World was to hide from Di Jun for a while. He needed a chance to become stronger. Thank you. She had told him such an important point. No matter what her intentions were, it was a small matter to thank her. He didn't expect Yu Hua to be so happy. She lazily leaned on the chair, and her eyes turned into 2 crescent moons. She looked at Long Chen with satisfaction and didn't speak for a long time. Long Chen gave her goosebumps. What's wrong with this woman? In the Divine Kingdom, Xueqi and the other girls expressed their dissatisfaction. How dare you tease our boss? You don't put me, Xueqi, in your eyes. Xueqi said indignantly. Don't worry, you can tease me all you want. I'm not afraid of hardship or tiredness. Come on. Kitten opened her arms wide and said without hesitation. Silly cat, you dare to take advantage of me? I'll burn off all your fur. While they were fooling around, Yu Hua had already brought up a new topic. Those who can enter the Death World are at least Divine Emperors. Of course, Divine Emperors who already have eternal rank items are not qualified to participate, such as Chongqing and Xianqing. The other 2 heavens also have about 10 Divine Emperors on the Divine Emperor list. Including my sister, there are 5 in Taiqing Heaven. These people are the most likely to get the eternal rank item. We'll just join in the fun and fight some small monsters. Yu Hua squinted her eyes and stared at Long Chen while chattering. Actually, I don't think my sister has any chance at all. Don't say that she's stupid. Normally, the 3 heavenly palaces would huddle together and struggle internally. People like my sister, who aren't in the 3 heavenly palaces, would be directly excluded. If she gets close to the treasure, she would probably be besieged. It's been like this for a few times. It's really meaningless. It's not a fair competition. The people of the 3 heavenly palaces are all very arrogant. Look at the disciples around us. Although we are divine emperors, deep in their eyes, there is contempt. In fact, Long Chen also felt that the disciples of the Taiqing Heavenly Palace were very arrogant and rarely bowed their heads. The most polite one was Xianqing Taoist. Alas, back then, my sister and I also had the chance to join the Taiqing Heavenly Palace, but she was stupid and followed Chongqing. I was also excluded by the Taiqing Heavenly Palace. It's really depressing. Speaking of this, she looked at Long Chen with eager eyes and said dotingly, however, you are even more pitiful. I know that Di Jun, the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, is chasing after you. He crossed thousands of worlds to hunt you down. You must be under a lot of pressure. But I think you are very smart. That's right, hiding in the Death Rain is the best way for you. As long as you don't come out, he won't be able to do anything to you. The next time it opens will be tens of thousands of years later. At that time, you might be stronger than him. Anyway, my sister thinks very highly of you. He didn't know when she started calling herself his sister. Long Chen didn't expect her to be so clear about his intentions. When Long Chen looked at her, God Emperor Yu Hua smiled charmingly and said, "Let me tell you a secret. I secretly joined an organization. Its name is 1,000 Paper Cranes. Di Jun entrusted us to find your position in the myriad worlds. He seems very confident. If his request was to capture you, I'd probably make a move against you right now. Of course, Di Jun wouldn't because he wanted the Origin Dragon Palace. He wanted to capture Long Chen and take the Origin Dragon Palace away without anyone knowing." "What do you want?" Long Chen asked. "Nothing much, you're not hiding. The whole world knows that you're in the Taiqing Heaven. He naturally knows too, so he doesn't need us paper cranes to ask for information. You're so stupid that it's cute. However, I do have news about Di Jun here. If you pay a certain amount of money, I can tell you." Looking at her mysterious look, it might really be useful. Long Chen asked, "What do you want?" Yu Hua blushed and said bashfully, "How about you give me a kiss?" Long Chen's face paled. He really didn't know what this woman was thinking. Did she really like him or was she teasing him for fun? A woman's heart was indeed unfathomable. Don't joke around. Fortune God item, primordial chaos immortal essence, and primal chaos treasure. Long Chen said with a straight face. Hee, look at how nervous you are. Don't worry, before you marry me, I won't violate you. Good treasures have to be chewed slowly. Haste makes waste. What I mean is, I know what Dijun is doing. My condition is that you have to call me sister in the future. That should be fine, right? What Dijun was doing. This was indeed a piece of news that was very attractive to Long Chen. For this news, calling her sister didn't seem to be a problem. Okay, deal. Call me that first, lest you go back on your word. Yu Hua didn't let it go. On the other side, seeing that she and Long Chen were whispering and laughing, the fire cloud evil god, who was cultivating, was so angry that he was about to explode. Yue Hua the Great was also very angry, but they still had to prepare for the battle of the death world, so they ignored them. After forcing Long Chen to shout a few more times, Yu Hua finally said, "It's not good news. After you left Mount Fiend God Buzhou, he returned to the Tai Hao domain and found Hierarch Tai Hao. He seems to be on good terms with Hierarch Tai Hao. He didn't chase after you, but returned to the Tai Hao domain. Why do you think?" Long Chen shook his head. Idiot. Yu Hua glared at him angrily and said, "Supreme Divinity Tai Hao, it is said that there is an eternal grade destinable divine artifact called the Gate of the Universe. It is said that Supreme Divinity Tai Hao can instantly travel to any world in the infinite worlds by using the Gate of the Universe. He can even travel to any place marked by the Gate of the Universe. Dijun naturally wants to use the Gate of the Universe. As long as he knows where you are, he can arrive instantly." The Gate of the Universe. Long Chen was scared out of his wits. Only then did he realize that he was in such a dangerous situation. Dijun might arrive in front of him in the next moment. Are you finally afraid? Humph. You don't want to admit that you're stupid. In the 20 years since you left Mount Fiend God Buzhou, he has also returned to the Tai Hao domain. Now, he has probably returned to the Tai Hao domain. But you have been here for a while, and he hasn't arrived yet. I guess it's a little difficult for him to use the Gate of the Universe. After all, it belongs to Hierarch Tai Hao. Otherwise you would be dead now. Then tell me, what should I do now? Long Chen thought for a while, but there was no conclusion. He was still calm. After all, something like the Gate of the Universe was beyond his imagination. He couldn't predict it. God Emperor Yu Hua rolled his eyes and said, "It's very simple. Just pray. Pray that Dijun doesn't come in the 3 months before the world of death opens. If he comes, and you have nothing to do with Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, then Tai Ching Dao Ancestor definitely won't protect you. Sister can't beat Dijun either. At that time, you can only pray for yourself." In this myriad of worlds, the person who would be the least polite to him was Dijun, his old enemy. They both came from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, which was once the glorious Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Both of them had magical items left behind by the Dragon Sacrificial Continent before the epoch. And now, Dijun wanted to snatch the Origin Dragon Palace. Dijun could even inherit the Inheritance Blood Essence, because he was also a descendant of the Divine Dragon. To deal with him, one had to be more careful. Long Chen fell silent. He was thinking about what else he could do in these 3 months. Dijun was the controller of the space rules. He guessed that Lingxi's shifting stars would not be very effective against him. After all, even the fire cloud heretic god could trap him. It seems like I'm almost there. Long Chen was a little unwilling. Poor child, what have you done to make Dijun chase after you? I guess you don't have a treasure that even he desires, right? Yu Hua winked and said, "That's my business. Don't bother." All right, I don't want your things. I don't want to be chased after. Yu Hua laughed. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly said, "I have an even bigger, even more explosive secret here. You will definitely be very happy to hear it. Do you want to know?" Before Long Chen could reply, she said directly, "If I don't kiss sister this time, I won't tell you even if I die." Chapter 2939. Then forget it. Just as Divine Emperor Yu Hua was looking forward to it the most, Long Chen said indifferently. N. Divine Empress Yu Hua was dumbfounded. She had originally wanted to tease Long Chen, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to fall into his trap. She was instantly depressed. You, after stuttering a few times, she suddenly smiled seductively. Her smile always had a hint of slyness to it. You understand me so quickly? You know that with my personality, I won't be able to resist telling you, right? She looked at Long Chen ambiguously. In fact, she had helped him a lot by telling him about the gate of the universe. Long Chen was thinking of a way to deal with Di Jun. He said, I'm serious. If the secret you speak of is of great use to me, if I can survive in the future, I will definitely repay you. Will you repay me with your body? Nope. Long Chen had experienced many killings, but there was nothing he could do when this woman teased him. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was a smart person. Long Chen's thoughts couldn't escape her eyes. Why? Am I that ugly in your eyes? Are you worried that the girls in your divine kingdom will be jealous? Don't worry, I'm very bold and unconstrained. No matter how many women you have, I won't mind. We'll all be happy together. When she said the word play, she even emphasized her tone and licked her red lips to tease Long Chen. Long Chen closed his eyes and said, Just say it, don't keep me in suspense. When he became serious, Divine Emperor Yu Hua stopped teasing her. She was clearly the younger sister of Great Emperor Yu Hua, but she ignored her expression and talked to Long Chen. This was strange in itself. In Long Chen's eyes, she was a woman who was hard to understand. Actually, it's not that big of a deal, but I'm sure you'll be interested. I know what the eternal treasure for the death world this time is. In fact, for the time being, only I know about it. I haven't even told my sister about it. Great Empress Yu Hua was one of the people who wanted the eternal rank treasure the most. Even she didn't know that Divine Emperor Yu Hua would tell her. What is it? Although he didn't believe it, Long Chen still asked. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua smiled proudly and said, Out of all the competitions, this is the most important one. It is said to be a gift from the primordial god of the wilderness to the three Tao fathers. It is a destinable artifact. Ancient god Savage Wilderness was the ruler of Panga realm and Panga continent, one of the rulers of all worlds. A destinable divine artifact was more precious than a primordial chaos immortal essence or a primordial chaos treasure. Long Chen originally thought that it would only be a primordial chaos treasure. After all, such a good item should be directly bestowed to their disciples by the three Tao ancestors. Using the Death World method to compete for it still had the risk of it falling into the hands of outsiders. Although the risk was very low, it had never happened. The reason why the slots were given to people who were not part of the three great heavenly palaces was actually to expand their influence and make the competition more lively. Through this method, the disciples of the three great heavenly palaces would feel nervous. However, it was said that no one other than the three great sky palaces had ever obtained that treasure. What destinable divine artifact is it? In fact, Long Chen might have the eternal grade heaven sacrificing spear in the future, so he was not very enthusiastic about the destinable divine artifact. His biggest goal was to avoid the sharpness and grow stronger, while exploring the death world of the primordial blood spirit dragon and discovering its secrets. Do you really want to know? Of course. I won't even tell my sister. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me so much. Hee. When Celestial Emperor Yu Hua finished laughing, she moved closer to Long Chen's ear. A delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. It is said that you most often use the law of slaughter. That destinable divine artifact is very suitable for you. It is precisely because it was given to the three Tao ancestors by the primordial god of the wilderness at the same time that the disciples of the three heavenly layers are competing for it. If one of the Tao ancestors has it, it is very likely that they will personally refine it. It has a nickname, the Deadly Sword. What deadly sword? The name was quite domineering. However, it was just a nickname. As expected, you have never heard of the Deadly Sword. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua looked like he had expected it. Can't you just tell me? Then I shall be merciful and tell you. Simply put, anyone who is struck by the deadly sword, even if it is just a layer of skin, will have a terrifying curse within the deadly sword. It is called the Ghost Blood Curse. It will instantly engulf the victim's entire body. Even deities will die immediately if they are touched by the Ghost Blood Curse. It is said that no god emperor has been spared. It is just that I do not know if this deadly sword will kill a hierarch. It has not been tested yet. This ghost blood curse should be a type of law. Everything in the world was a law, and curses were no exception. For it to be so powerful that even a slight scratch would kill, it had to be a law. It was just that Long Chen did not understand curses. After hearing Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's words, he could roughly imagine how terrifying this deadly sword was. Moreover, it was an eternal-level destinable divine artifact that possessed a vast amount of destinable divine power. Coupled with the ghost blood curse, its value would surpass that of the playground of the gods or the king god-fiend battlefield. The eternal opal could not even compare to the playground of the gods. In terms of killing and combat, this deadly sword was even more valuable. If Long Chen said that he was not tempted, it would be a lie. Although it was a curse, a destinable divine artifact with such a strong killing aura, and an eternal level 1 at that, was what he desired. He had improved so much that even the god-slaying sword could not keep up with him. What is the real name of this deadly sword? Long Chen asked. Yu Hua saw the burning look in his eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you before? It has a ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse will kill upon contact, and it is extremely terrifying. The name of this sword is also called the ghost blood curse." It was a name that made one's hair stand on end. It was very strange. Just by hearing the name of this sword, Long Chen could imagine what it looked like. It should be different from the god-slaying sword. It was a sharp long sword, very thin, and probably only 2 fingers wide. However, it must be very long and bloody. Just imagining it made one feel as though their throat was about to be torn apart by that thin blade. Have you imagined what the ghost blood curse looks like? Celestial Emperor Yu Hua asked. Long Chen was shocked and looked at her. How did she know? Actually, I felt the same way when I first heard of this name. This is the power of the ghost blood curse. If you covet it, it will give you killing aura. An amazing eternal-level destinable divine artifact. Long Chen had to admit. But why didn't she tell Great Emperor Yu Hua, and instead told him? He had some doubts about this. But Yu Hua said happily, "It is said that the ghost blood curse comes from a place that has disappeared from the myriad worlds and is hard to find. That is the most terrifying place in the myriad worlds, the cursed land. It is called the ancestral star, also known as the cursed star. There is a calamity in the myriad worlds called the ancestral star aurora. It is actually a curse that erupted from the ancestral star. The ancestral star aurora proves that the ancestral star still exists." What? This time, Long Chen's heart really trembled. The cursed land. That was the place he was looking for, the place where he might be able to break the curse of the mystical dragons. It was also a very big mission given to him by the time dragon attendant, but he was currently hiding from Di Jun and had no chance to look for it. Ancestral star, what's wrong? Celestial Emperor Yu Hua asked with concern. Do you know where the ancestral star is? Long Chen asked. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua shook her head, but she asked curiously, "Everyone avoids this place for fear of being cursed. Why are you interested in it?" Long Chen thought, "Since I don't know, let's put this matter aside for now. After dealing with Di Jun, there is still time to look for the ancestral star." At this thought, Celestial Emperor Yu Hua said, "In the myriad worlds, no one should know where the ancestral star is. But the ghost blood curse comes from the ancestral star. In the future, whoever obtains the ghost blood curse, you can ask its heroic spirit." Long Chen's desire for the ghost blood curse grew even stronger. Previously, Long Chen only wanted it because it was scary and bloody. But now, after knowing that the ghost blood curse might contain a way to go to the cursed land, he had a strong desire to fight for it. To compete with those on the God Emperor board. Long Chen. What is it? You want the ghost blood curse. If I don't, why did I enter the death world? Celestial Emperor Yu Hua nodded in satisfaction, then said hopefully, "Then if I snatch the ghost blood curse for you, will you love me?" What kind of nonsense is this? Long Chen wanted to say that he would fight for it, but when he looked down, he saw Celestial Emperor Yu Hua staring at him like a puppy. What a strange woman. Long Chen sat upright and still, too lazy to pay attention to her. He closed his eyes. There was something more important to do, and that was the karma thorn. He had to relive that feeling in order to understand it. Beside him, Celestial Emperor Yu Hua smiled gently. She didn't say anything else, but quietly looked at Long Chen's side profile. Time flowed, but she didn't move. You look so much like him in the past. In a trance, she seemed to see another person in front of her, and tears flowed out. This time, I must obtain the ghost blood curse for you. I must. Yu Hua murmured. Yu Hua, come here. In the distance, Great Emperor Yu Hua couldn't bear to watch anymore. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua rolled his eyes at her, but didn't move. This angered Great Emperor Yu Hua so much that he wanted to beat her up. Time flowed. Fortunately, Celestial Emperor Yu Hua didn't disturb him, but quietly looked at him. Long Chen let him look, and focused on the karma thorn. The karma thorn can pierce through anything. All living things have karma. Follow the path of karma, undo karma, destroy karma, and change karma. It doesn't matter if it's a destinable divine artifact, no matter how strong its defense is. Because of this, my karma thorn directly pierced through the primordial chaos grade demonic ancient path's extreme fire divine armor. If the slaughter power couldn't break it, but it could disrupt the karma, and the extreme fire divine armor wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Not only that, the karma thorn had more uses. Chen, she's been looking at you with such affection for a month. It's so strange. Lingxi couldn't bear to watch anymore. Chapter 2940. They only needed to wait in the Pure Heaven Palace for 2 months. Long Chen now pinned his hopes on the Death World. Even though he knew Di Jun was fighting for the gate of the universe, he could only stay here and wait for time to pass. In Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's words, he was betting that Di Jun would not come during this time. But he did not stay idle. Instead, he focused all his energy on the Thorn of Karma. After pondering for 2 months, he thought he already knew what kind of rule the Thorn of Karma was. Finally, the 10 people who obtained the Death World blood beads had all arrived here. Among them, there were 6 ultimate celestial emperors. This meant that other than Emperor Chongshang, the other 6 ultimate celestial emperors of Tai Ching Sky were all here. After 2 months of rest, Fire Cloud Heretic God had recovered a lot from his injuries. He, who was usually the most talkative, was now silent. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at Long Chen with eyes full of hatred. To be honest, he was still not convinced. Long Chen's Thorn of Karma was too sudden and unpredictable. He did not believe that Long Chen could use it again. But Long Chen's mind was not on him at all. If the heavenly nation cannot be opened, Xiao Lang cannot make a move. I have to rely on myself in the Death World. Ghost blood curse. In his imagination, it was a bloody sword. Follow me to Heaven Worship Platform. Gather first. We will go to the entrance of the Death World in 1 day. A young God King appeared at the entrance. He wore the robes of the Grand Purity Heavenly Palace. Although he was not as powerful as everyone else, he spoke proudly and nobly. After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not care if everyone followed him or not. See, the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces are all like this. No matter how strong we are, they look down on us. Once we enter the Death World, they will group up and ostracize us. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. The ghost blood curse is something that belongs to their ancestors. They are already very dissatisfied that we can participate. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua curled his lips in disgust. As for the other god emperors, even Emperor Yu Hua was used to it. The 3rd heaven was the place of the 3 sky palaces. Everyone had to respect the 3 Tao ancestors. Under the lead of the God King, the group passed through the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace and headed towards the Heaven Consecration Platform. Will I be able to see the 3 Tao ancestors this time? Long Chen asked softly. God Emperor Yu Hua had always been sticking to him. Long Chen had this question in his heart and subconsciously asked her. It said that Tai Ching Taoist ancestor won't show up. However, it said that when the death rain opens, a supreme deity is needed to hold the fort. It should be Shangqing Taoist ancestor. When we arrive at the entrance of the death rain, we'll meet with the experts of the other 2 heavens. There will be a total of nearly 300 deity emperors. This is the grandest event of the 3rd heavens. You're lucky that you can make it. Yes. But don't be too happy too early. There are still more than 30 days until we enter the Death World. You have to pray that June doesn't come in these 30 days. Otherwise, all your plans will be ruined, and I won't be able to help you obtain the ghost blood curse. There's no need for you. I'll get it myself. Hearing this, God Emperor Yu Hua smiled brightly. She said, good, good, good. You're the best. More than a dozen deity emperors on the deity emperor ranking, 300 deity emperors, and disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces can't stop an outsider like you. How about this? As they spoke, they arrived at the heaven-conferring platform with their speed. Long Chen's attention had long been attracted by this place. In front of him was a huge platform that floated in the clouds. It looked like a huge bronze square seal. On the floating bronze square seal, there were many experts gathered together. The divine might that erupted from them was something that even he himself was in awe of. Ever since he entered the supreme pure heavenly palace, Long Chen had rarely seen any deity emperors. In order to enter the death reign, the 100 deity emperors of the supreme pure heavenly palace should have been cultivating hard and only appeared today. After arriving at the heaven-conferring platform, he realized that there were really many people. There were close to 100 people, and all of them were deity emperors. Among them, there were more than a dozen ultimate deity emperors. Even though most of them were primordial deity emperors, when they treated Long Chen and the other 9 as enemies to suppress, the power was terrifying. The people of the 3 heavenly palaces were basically proud and xenophobic. The 10 quotas were what they could not understand the most. In fact, those who could obtain these 10 quotas were stronger than most of the supreme pure heavenly palace's deity emperors. It was just that they were not too willing to let outsiders compete with them for things. Therefore, when Long Chen and the others arrived, the deity emperors looked over in unison. Their eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Many divine might gathered together and attacked with their wills. It was a show of strength to the 10 people. The 10 people landed. Under such an attack, even a few deity emperors could not stand steadily. They staggered a few steps in extreme embarrassment. Meanwhile, the supreme pure heavenly palace's side was already roaring with laughter. A bunch of trash. They even want to snatch the things of our 3 heavenly palaces. This game has been played so many times. Which time did they not return in defeat? The deity emperors of the supreme pure heavenly palace were very rude. Seeing Long Chen and the others make a fool of themselves, they felt much better. However, they understood that this was the rule of the 3 Tao ancestors. Therefore, they could not stop the outsiders from coming. Of course, they could really embarrass these outsiders in the death reign. Actually, the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces had already agreed that after entering the death reign, they would first eliminate the 30 people who came from outside the 3 heavenly palaces. No matter what, they could not let the treasures fall into the hands of outsiders. Right in front, Taoist Xueqi floated in front. He had great authority in the supreme pure heavenly palace. With a single order, the deity emperors had no choice but to lower their heads. In fact, almost all the deity emperors of the supreme pure heavenly palace had already arrived. It quietened down. Taoist Xueqi smiled at Great Emperor Yuehua and the others. The 90 and 10 deity emperors stood in 2 separate teams. They did not come close to each other. Great Emperor Yuehua did not care about these things if she wanted the treasures. At this moment, Taoist Xueqi said, "This time, the 100 spots for the supreme pure heavenly palace to enter the death reign have all been confirmed and cannot be changed. The battle of the death reign has been held several times before. I will not go into the details of the rules. Today, the most important thing is to announce the eternal grade treasure that the 3 Tao ancestors have prepared for this 3rd heaven's battle of the death reign." Long Chen looked around. It seemed that some of the experts of the 3 heavenly palaces also knew about it. The earlier they knew, the earlier they could prepare. The 100 deity emperors were looking forward to it. Taoist Xueqi paused for a moment, then continued. "Now, I will announce that the eternal grade treasure for this battle of the death reign is a destinable divine artifact. Its name is the Xueqi sword, the ghost blood curse." As expected, Divine Emperor Yuehua did not lie to him. From Great Emperor Yuehua's trembling expression, it could be seen that she really did not know. At this moment, her eyes were burning. That was what she desired. If I can get this destinable divine artifact, the ghost blood curse, I will definitely be able to rush to the top 40, or even the top 30 of the Divine Emperor list. By then, their golden imperial palace would be even stronger. At least her wish was not to be looked down upon by the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces. The divine emperors of the supreme pure heavenly palace were also in an uproar. Everyone was very excited, and their eyes were burning. There were a total of 300 people, and there was probably no one who did not want to get the ghost blood curse. In 4 hours, I will lead everyone to the entrance of the death rain. With that, Taoist Xueqi said no more. In front of him, there were more than 10 ultimate divine emperors. They should be of the same generation as Taoist Xueqi. They were the core experts of the supreme pure heavenly palace. Among them, there were several existences on the divine emperor list. They were also Long Chen's biggest competitors this time. They had long known about the ghost blood curse, so they closed their eyes and rested, waiting for time to pass. Uproar. Long Chen did not stay idle. He was still thinking about the mysteries of the karma thorn. Suddenly, someone stared at him. He looked up and saw Taoist Xueqi talking to a female deity emperor. She was dressed in a light green Taoist robe, but it couldn't hide her exquisite curves. She was valiant and heroic. She was slightly cold and awe-inspiring. This deity emperor was the complete opposite of deity emperor Yu Hua. Deity emperor Yu Hua was charming and soft, but this one was cold and dignified. She was one of the ultimate divine emperors of the supreme pure heavenly palace. She was one of the existences that made Long Chen wary. She was saying, "Senior brother, why is there a divine king among the 10 people? After he obtained the death rain blood pearl, why was he not robbed along the way?" Taoist Xueqi smiled faintly and said, "This person is famous. He is the #1 on the divine king list of Mount Buzhou. A few days ago, he defeated the unparalleled heavenly god and came to the supreme pure heavenly palace. However, it is said that his real strength is not that of a divine emperor. He is just using the rule to disguise it. It is said that he is a rare genius in the rule. A few days ago, outside the Xueqi Palace, he used a strange rule to defeat the evil god of Fire Cloud." "Oh, it is him. I have heard a little about him." The woman probably realized that Long Chen was also an opponent. She took another look at him, but she did not care too much. That is Taoist Xueqi's 9th junior sister, the 9th disciple of Taoist ancestor Tai Ching. Her name is Yuqing. However, she seems to prefer people to call her 9 Swords Divine Emperor. "Do you know why?" Yu Hua was still sticking to Long Chen and talking to Long Chen in a sweet tone. "Why?" Long Chen could feel her strength, so he naturally wanted to know more. "That's because she controls a total of 9 primordial grade fortune divine weapons, and all of them are swords. The fact that she can control them to such a degree only shows how terrifying her cultivation base is. She is ranked 45th on the Divine Emperor ranking, far surpassing my sister. If she has an eternal grade fortune divine weapon, Great Emperor Chongshang will no longer be the 3rd strongest. Therefore, she is one of the most terrifying opponents in this competition. The other 2 heavenly palaces also have opponents of this level. Because of Long Chen's heaven-defying bloodline, he could only control 6 chaos divine weapons at this time. It was indeed heaven-defying to be able to control 9 divine swords. Chapter 29:41. This person was travel-worn as he returned from outside. His expression was one of panic. He must have been training in a faraway place and was delayed. Hearing the news of the opening of the Death World, he hurried back. But now, it seemed that the team of 100 people had been confirmed. This divine emperor's eyes were like dark stars, and he was extremely anxious. He looked at the 9-sword divine emperor with reverence and hope. However, his strength was not weak. He was a perfected divine emperor. In the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palaces team, he had already surpassed most of the primordial divine emperors. The 9-sword Shen Huang was only an ultimate divine emperor. It was rare for him to have a perfected divine emperor as his disciple. However, although the 9-sword Shen Huang was happy that he could return, he still said, "And Ming, I was sure that you couldn't make it back in time, so I gave up your spot and gave it to your junior brother. Now that the spots have been confirmed and are all full, this Death World trial is decided. You can participate in it next time." Unexpectedly, and Ming prostrated on the ground and cried, "Master, please think of a way for me. I'm ready for this Death World trial. I can't give it up like this. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to help you, I wouldn't have skipped the trial. Everything I've done for so many years is for this Death World trial. The Nine Swords God Emperor felt a little humiliated and a little angry. However, she understood that this was how her disciple was. He wholeheartedly cared for her and saw her as the most important person in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that he was certain that he wouldn't be able to return, he wouldn't have given the slot to him. However, giving something away meant that he owed a favor. It was like spilled water that could never be taken back. Taoist Shen Qing looked around and said, "It's almost time to set off. If anyone wants to back out." Everyone looked at each other. It was not easy to get this opportunity. Now was the time to be excited. Those who could become divine emperors were all brave and determined people. They definitely wouldn't give up this great opportunity. Without a strong will, it was impossible to become a divine emperor. No one responded, and it was awkward. And Ming suddenly stood up. He looked at the hundreds of divine emperors behind him. He was probably looking for someone he knew to discuss the replacement. After all, if both sides agreed, there wouldn't be a problem. All of a sudden, he saw Long Chen in the group of 10 outside. Divine King. He was taken aback. To think that a God King could come here. Are the people outside eating shit? To think that they couldn't even snatch away a God King's Death World blood bead. Just like that, they managed to sneak in. He turned around and said to Nine Swords Shen Huang, "Shizhuan, wait for me for a moment." With that, he appeared in front of Long Chen with a swoosh. How did this have anything to do with him? Long Chen was just watching the show. "You got the Dead World blood bead by luck, didn't you? But you know, once a divine king goes to the Dead World, even if you have the Dead World blood bead, you won't be able to come back. There are many strange creatures in the Dead World. Before you use the Dead World blood bead, they can kill you. Any divine emperor here can kill you easily. What do you think?" Seeing that the Dark World had his eyes on Long Chen, the divine emperors of the Supreme Pure Palace were very curious about Long Chen, the so-called #1 on the Immortal King list who defeated the Fiery Cloud Evil God. So, they just wanted to watch the show. The Dark World moved closer to Long Chen's ear and said, "Brother, give me your Dead World blood bead. First, I will be your friend from now on. If you want to enter the Supreme Pure Palace in the future, I will help you. Second, I will give you an excellent order-level Fate Divine weapon. No, a set of 2. What do you think? The Dark World's friendship, the opportunity to enter the Supreme Pure Palace, and 2 order-level Fate Divine weapons." The Dark World thought that Long Chen would agree without hesitation, and he should have been waiting for this opportunity. But to his surprise, Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, but I won't give you the Death Realm blood bead. Even if you take out an eternal-level destinable divine artifact, it's still impossible." His identity as an immortal king was indeed troublesome. Standing among this group of divine emperors, anyone could see him at a glance. Many people heard Long Chen's refusal. "This guy, he is so cruel." As expected, the Dark World's face darkened. The Nine Swords Shen Huang pulled back the Dark World, who was about to attack Long Chen, and said calmly, "This man is very strong. Don't underestimate him. It is said that he defeated the Fiery Cloud Evil God at the gate of the Supreme Pure Palace." What? The Dark World's eyes were about to explode. He knew that the Fiery Cloud Evil God was an ultimate divine emperor. I suggest, since the Dark World wants his Dead World blood bead, he should challenge him. The winner will get the Dead World blood bead. Yeah, it is said that this guy is very powerful. We also want to see if he is really that powerful. Maybe he is not even a match for the Dark World. These divine emperors were all preparing for the battle between Long Chen and the Fiery Cloud Evil God, and those who saw it were all immortal kings. It was said that Long Chen was not a match for the Fiery Cloud Evil God at the beginning, and with the help of a helper, he finally defeated the Fiery Cloud Evil God with great difficulty. Maybe his real strength was not so incredible. Someone started to make a fuss, and then more people started to make a fuss. Of course, they were all divine emperors of the Supreme Pure Palace. They had long wanted to see if Long Chen was really that powerful. Just now, the Dark World came back and had a conflict with him. The Dark World was very eager to get the Dead World blood bead. So when the other divine emperors were egging him on, he directly said to Long Chen, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Since he had said it, he couldn't take it back. For a moment, the divine emperors of the Supreme Pure Palace all aimed at Long Chen. They stood in a high position, looking down at Long Chen, waiting for his answer. If Long Chen refused, they would definitely boo him. He said he defeated the fiery cloud evil god, but he is just a coward. Many people were already preparing to say this. Seeing this situation, Daoist Shen Qing was about to stop this nonsense, but Long Chen didn't even think about it and said, "No problem, I agree." In fact, it was very simple. If he didn't accept, he would always make a fuss. Moreover, after 2 months of comprehension, Long Chen really wanted to try the feeling of the karma thorn. Moreover, these divine emperors of the Supreme Pure Palace were so arrogant and confident. It was time for them to shut their mouths. With that, he directly stepped out of the encirclement and immediately arrived at another position on the Heavens Worship Terrace. He extended his hand and said to the Dark World, "It's just a small spar so that you can back off and find someone else to trade with. All right, you're bold. I definitely won't hold a grudge against you." The Dark World was rather straightforward. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, his eyes burned with desire, and he immediately rushed over to Long Chen. Before anyone could react, the battle had already begun. "Hua!" The Dark World bellowed out. As he waved his hands, a pure black spear shot out. The spear was like a star, cold and tough. Where the tip and the handle connected, there was actually a dark star that was exactly the same as the Dark Star Divine Emperors. Clearly, he had obtained it by refining a colossal world. As it seemed, the Dark World was actually about as strong as the Dark Star Divine Emperor, or even stronger. Kill! Under the eager gazes of the Divine Emperors, the Dark World basically threw his life on the line for the blood bead of the world of death. He basically used a killing move right from the start, completely demonstrating his strength. Although he only wielded a chaotic origin fortune god artifact, it was extremely profound. He should be no weaker than war god Kidu, the son of the Longevity Emperor. Killing intent of the heavenly ways. Within the Dark World spear, the surroundings immediately turned into countless black stars. Countless stars flew around rapidly and collided, erupting with extremely great power. The tip of the black spear was like countless meteors, enveloping over and bringing great danger to Long Chen. Only at this moment did Long Chen draw the heaven-sacrificing spear unhurriedly. As soon as the heaven-sacrificing spear appeared, it even suppressed the black spear embedded with the dark star. Under Long Chen's control, the silver shadow of the heaven-sacrificing spear received the violent and brutal black spear. Break! The Dark World was full of confidence because he felt that Long Chen's reaction was too slow. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. This is the feeling. He comprehended it again. The heaven-sacrificing spear was filled with the law of the thorn of karma. He stomped his feet and dashed forward. The heaven-sacrificing spear stabbed out. It was an extremely simple attack, but it contained extremely complicated laws that almost no one could see through. Such an attack instantly clashed with the Dark World. The heavenly Tao's killing intent and countless meteors were all shattered in front of Long Chen's thorn of karma. The heaven-sacrificing spear let out a shrill cry and broke through the black spear like a hot knife through butter. Finally, the black spear was directly shaken off, and an even more terrifying killing intent descended. When everything was over, the heaven-sacrificing spear stabbed into the Dark World's law core. It pierced through the skin, but didn't hurt the Dark World. But that was the result of Long Chen stopping. If he hadn't shown mercy, the Dark World would have died by now. Thanks for letting me win. Long Chen put away the heaven-sacrificing spear with one hand and said coldly, The Dark World stared blankly. His chest was bleeding, and the creation divine artifact that he relied on the most was now stabbed into the ground. He was still in that terrifying moment, unable to turn around. What law is that? Most of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace's laws were the Supreme Pure Law, which was already mysterious enough. He didn't expect that Long Chen's laws were even more mysterious. He looked at Long Chen with difficulty, and looked back, only to see that everyone in the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace had the same expression as him, full of shock and sluggishness. To be able to kill a perfect realm deity emperor in a second, basically, only an ultimate deity emperor could do it. Therefore this time, they had truly suffered a blow to their hearts. They had always looked down on the gods and demons outside the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace, but this time, they were in awe. Speaking of which, the game of Dragon's Blood was still in development and hadn't been officially released yet. Everything on the internet was basically fake. Even if the pictures were similar, they were stolen. Especially when you had to pay to play, don't believe it. Chapter 2942. It's still the same rule. He wasn't so proficient when he was dealing with the fiend god of fire cloud. His talent in rule is indeed extraordinary. Taoist Xueqi sighed slightly. He suddenly thought of a way to absorb Long Chen into the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace. But then he thought that Long Chen was being chased by Di Jun, the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. He couldn't make the decision if Di Jun was involved. He wants to hide from Di Jun by entering the Death World? That's a good idea. But I don't know if Di Jun will chase after him and ruin his plan. He had no friendship with Di Jun. Di Jun was low-key and had only recently been known to the public. Therefore, he didn't need to help him and please him. After all, behind Taoist Xueqi was the Tai Ching Tao ancestor, and the 3 Tao ancestors all had a common enemy. Long Chen won and stopped. The Dark World knelt on the ground and looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief until Long Chen returned to his team. The 9 swords Shan Huang appeared in front of the Dark World. She naturally knew that Long Chen had shown mercy at the last moment. This time, you're just unlucky. You'll have a chance next time. I have a way to get that treasure. Just wait for me in the Heavenly Palace. The Dark World couldn't help but burst into tears. It seemed that he had been preparing for this for a long time. But there was no other way. The quota had been arranged, and no one was willing to quit. Moreover, the Dark World was not the main character, so he basically had no influence on the result. The 9 swords Shan Huang sent the Dark World away with a cold face and returned to the heaven worship platform. When passing by Long Chen, she said indifferently, "You are not a divine king, but you insist on pretending to be one. Now that the myriad world knows your strength, why bother?" Of course, they wouldn't believe that a mere divine king could kill a divine emperor in a second. After saying that, the 9 swords Shen Huang returned to her position. She was a popular contender for the ghost blood curse. She was even more terrifying than Yuehua the Great, and ranked 45th on the divine emperor list. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, she would naturally pay attention and be careful. To the celestial emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces, even if their own heavenly palace couldn't get it, they would let their brothers and sisters of other heavenly palaces get it. Even Yuehua Great Emperor, who came from Tai Ching Heaven like them, was not a person who could touch the treasures of their 3 heavenly palaces. It's about time. Let's go. While many god emperors were still recalling Long Chen's rule in shock, Taoist Xueqi directly announced. Following his footsteps, everyone rushed towards the endless clouds in the sky. Only the people of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace could lead them like this. If they set off by themselves, and even used the method of flying in the sky, they would definitely be imprisoned by the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. 100 divine emperors soared into the sky. Almost all the god kings of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace appeared under their feet, watching them leave with envy. The 100 divine emperors were the core of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. Any one of them would be invincible in the outside world. After all, many order-level worlds did not have god emperors. For example, the Builder Tree. Even a god king could be a paragon. Not to mention the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Long Chen blended into the crowd. He was actually the back of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace's team. Even so, the status of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace's divine emperors was still higher than theirs. In this battle they were ultimately outsiders. The 100 divine emperors turned into countless phantoms with unparalleled speed. Mortals could not see them. If the gods and demons encountered them, they could only kneel down in fear. After all, this was the strongest group of people in the entire Supreme Pure Heavens. Divine Emperor Yu Hua followed beside Long Chen. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Long Chen. She said, "You were really handsome just now. I almost lost my soul." Long Chen did not speak. He advanced seriously. "Looks like I still have to congratulate you. There's only so much time left, and Di Jun still hasn't arrived. I really hope you can hold on for the next few days. If he arrives at this time, it can only mean that your luck is truly terrible." Di Jun. Right now, Long Chen was taking a gamble. He didn't want to give up and flee for his life in the starry sky. It was not easy to get here. Of course I have to give it my all. The place we are going to this time is a crevice between the 3 boundaries of the 3rd heaven. It is called Blood Spirit Abyss. It is said that the entrance to the death world is in there. My sister has been there before, but this is my first time, because I was not in the Supreme Pure Heavens the last few times. The Supreme Pure Heavens was full of clouds. It felt like there was no end to the endless sea of clouds. Pangu continent is surrounded by the third heaven. We may even be able to vaguely see it. In Pangu domain, you have to believe that the third heaven is just a vassal of Pangu continent. Pangu continent is the truly terrifying world. The ancient gods of the wilderness are extremely powerful, but there are a few supreme gods on Pangu continent. Even the three Tao ancestors are nothing when they go there. To be honest, Long Chen was really curious about Pangu continent. Mount Buzhou was an eternal world, but it was a dead world. Pangu continent was the first living world he had encountered. It was the top world in the myriad of worlds. One more thing. It is said that there is a world on Pangu continent that corresponds to the death world. It is called the world of life. You never thought of it, did you? Yu Hua said it unintentionally. After listening to her, Long Chen stared at her with wide eyes. What? Are you finally smitten by my beauty? Yu Hua said shyly. What shocked Long Chen was that the world of life, if he was right, should be related to the Tai Chi living dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon and the Tai Chi living dragon were the two ancestral dragons of life and death. The ancient blood spirit dragon had the death world, while the Tai Chi living dragon had the life world. The void cosmic dragon had the time tunnel. Long Qinglan did not mention the world of life, so Long Chen knew very little about it. In the war before the epoch, when the ancestral dragon was defeated, all the worlds around Dragon Sacrificial Continent had left, including the time tunnel and the death world. He did not expect the world of life to be the same. I just don't know if the world of life is really related to the Tai Chi living dragon. He could not be sure just by listening to the name. After all, anyone could choose a name, and it might be related to the death world. Why don't you say anything? Long Chen did not want her to know that he was looking for the world of life and death, so he shook his head. After all, the most important thing now was to explore the death world. He was a man who was very focused on one thing. If he could deal with the death world in Dijun, it would not be too late to go to the world of life. The group of people moved forward at high speed. The deity emperors of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace did not talk to each other, but Long Chen knew very well that they had already formed a group. Although they said they were here for training, most of them were here to serve the few ultimate deity emperors. Only they could truly control the ghost blood curse. Time flew. Supreme Pure Heaven was really huge. Even with their speed, it would take them some time to reach the blood spirit abyss. This was the reason why they had set off in advance. Half a month had passed, and it was only a matter of time before they arrived. Fortunately, Dijun had not shown up yet. Even if he did, it would take him some time to find Long Chen here. Perhaps, Long Chen had already entered the death realm. Look, that's Pangu continent. Suddenly, Divine Emperor Yu Hua patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Long Chen immediately followed her gaze. Through the thick clouds, he saw that it was in the direction of the sky. It looked like a huge continent standing upside down in the sky. This place was still a little far from Pangu continent, so it did not look that big. But still, Long Chen was greatly shocked. It was like the first time he saw the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It was a divine dragon continent in the starry sky. And this Pangu continent also had a strange shape. It was the world that Long Chen had seen so far that most resembled the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The outline of Pangu continent was a man. A giant. His body was stout and full of strength. Most of it was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. But he could tell that it was a giant man with a huge axe in his hand. His eyes were staring in one direction in the starry sky, cold and majestic. An invisible continent deeply impacted Long Chen's will at this moment. Don't mind it. Anyone who sees Pangu continent from the outside will have the same feeling, as if the whole world is actually a living person, and everything is just an illusion. Just don't look too much. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was still talking sweetly in his ear. Long Chen really could not do anything to her. Because of the thick clouds and mist, he could no longer see Pangu continent. But the shock still remained in his heart. Long Chen decided that if he had the chance, he must go and have a look at Pangu continent. We are almost at the blood spirit abyss. Another 5 days passed. Finally, Long Chen saw a blood-colored cloud in front of him amidst the endless clouds and mist. It was a cloud of blood mist. Countless wisps of blood energy condensed into clouds. It was as if a great war had broken out here, and the clouds and mist were dyed red with blood. The third heaven was quiet, But this place had become ferocious. It was as if a great number of dangerous existences were hiding in the clouds and mist, flashing vaguely and letting out eerie laughter. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored cloud engulfed everyone. It felt as if they had entered the body of a wild beast. It was bloody and cold. Of course, Long Chen was not afraid of such an environment. On the contrary, he was a little excited. He could feel that the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon in his body was getting hotter and hotter. There must be something important around for him to have such a feeling. By now, he was almost certain that the death world was the former world of the ancient blood spirit dragon. That is the blood spirit abyss. The blood energy in front of them had become stronger. Amidst the countless rolling blood-colored clouds and mist, a bottomless abyss emerged. It was as if a sea of blood was rolling in its depths, emitting a monstrous aura of hostility. Even a group of god emperors would feel terrified when they came here. We have just arrived here. There is nothing to be afraid of. The death world is much more dangerous and terrifying than this place. Taoist Shen Qing's voice came faintly from the front. Chapter 29:43. Long Chen was surrounded by a boundless blood mist. The blood mist was like a living creature, changing into various forms and emitting sinister sounds. Cold qi swept across. However, such an environment made Long Chen even more excited. He was getting closer and closer to the world that once belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon. He had a premonition that entering the death reign would be like entering his own home. He would definitely obtain great benefits. At that time, although there would be divine emperor ranking opponents that would be hard to deal with, he might still have a chance to obtain the ghost blood curse. The three great heavenly palaces have close to 300 disciples. After entering, they are all searching for the ghost blood curse. There are many of them, and the chances of encountering the ghost blood curse are very high. The three great heavenly palaces also have internal factions, such as the Nine Swords Divine Emperor. He must have won over many god emperors. When they discover the ghost blood curse, they will definitely inform her immediately. So in this aspect, we are at a great disadvantage. However, the ghost blood curse is not something that ordinary god fiends can touch, especially primordial god emperors. They cannot even touch it, much less bring it out. This is an eternal creation divine artifact. Without subduing it and controlling it, it is impossible to bring it out. If it is angered, I might not even have the chance to crush the death world blood pearl. Long Chen pondered. Because he could not open the divine kingdom, he had to carry the death world blood pearl after entering. Fortunately, the creation divine artifact did not affect his use. He continued thinking, that is why Yu Hua said that the only way to obtain the ghost blood curse is to tame it on the spot and make it my divine weapon. Only then can I bring it out of the death world. This way, the ones who could truly obtain the ghost blood curse were the god emperors who could suppress it. Therefore, the greatest use of primordial and perfected god emperors was to find the ghost blood curse and inform others to come and subdue it. With their abilities, they might not be able to approach the ghost blood curse. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty. However, this was also the intention of the three Tao ancestors. Only those who could subdue the ghost blood curse under such circumstances would be the true master of the eternal creation divine artifact. They had experienced the test of death. It was impossible to take the ghost blood curse out the moment they discovered it. After entering, I reckon that everyone's position will be different. I wonder how big this death world is. If Long Chen wanted to obtain the ghost blood curse, it would still depend on his luck. Only then would it be a test of his strength. When they went deep into the blood spirit abyss, Long Chen finally saw a blood-colored vortex under the endless blood mist. The blood-colored vortex was not big, only about 100 meters in diameter. It was like a bloody mouth that was slowly rotating, releasing the most terrifying bloody evil qi. When the time is up, the vortex will stop spinning and reveal the passage. You only have 10 breaths of time to enter. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. After you enter, remember to take good care of your death world blood pearl. If you lose it, you'll have to wait for tens of thousands of years before you can come out. However, for now, no one has been able to survive in there for so long. In fact, Yu Hua had already instructed them several times. He really didn't know what she was doing this for. Long Chen looked at the blood-colored vortex. Even though he had the bloodline of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, he still felt uncomfortable. The murderous qi in this place was too strong. The way the 3 Tao ancestors trained their juniors was indeed a little cruel. The people from Shangqing Heaven have arrived. Beside the entrance, there was a team of 100 people. It looked similar to the people from Shangqing Heaven. Long Chen looked around. Among them, 90 deity emperors were wearing Taoist robes, but different from those from Shangqing Heavenly Palace. There were also about 20 ultimate deity emperors, and some of them were definitely on the deity emperor list. These people were all people who could threaten Long Chen. After all, he could only defeat an ultimate deity emperor by cooperating with Mo Shaolang. It would not have been easy for another ultimate deity emperor. The two sides met. It seemed that they were all old friends, and they started chatting as soon as they saw each other. Only Long Chen and the others were like fools in front of the people from the 2 heavenly palaces. Before long, the people from Shangqing Heaven also arrived. 300 people, divided into 3 teams, were distributed around the entrance of the Death World. The deity emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces were chatting enthusiastically. The others were excluded. This was normal, and it was the same at any time. Deity Emperor Yu Hua looked around curiously, and said softly, "This time, Shangqing Taoist ancestor will personally throw the ghost blood curse into the Death World, and let us chase after it. We cannot see Shangqing Taoist ancestor, but he must be nearby. You have a mysterious background, and he might notice you. Keep a low profile, and don't talk nonsense." All right. This kind of supreme deity was at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, and Long Chen would definitely not dare to offend him. Therefore he said nothing, and lowered his head in the crowd. No one from Shangqing Heaven or Shangqing Heaven would notice him. There are a total of 64 ultimate deity emperors, and it is said that more than 10 of them are ranked on the deity emperor list. The one with the highest ranking seems to be from Shangqing Heaven, and is ranked 37th on the deity emperor list. Among the 300 people, only these 64 people were a threat to Long Chen. Among them, the most dangerous ones were those ranked on the deity emperor list, and Long Chen would not be able to avoid them for the time being. He was different from the others, and he would not come out of the Death World unless he had no other choice. They arrived about 10 days ahead of time. Therefore, he spent the remaining time preparing and waiting. Long Chen looked out of the blood spirit abyss, and there were only about 10 days left. During this time, the door to the Death World would open at any time, and it would also be delayed for another 10 days. He hoped that he could safely pass through during this time, and that Di Jun would not appear. In fact, the closer it was to that time, the more nervous everyone would be. Long Chen was even more so because of his relationship with Di Jun. Everyone, please hold the Death World blood bead. Once it opens, and Shangqing Taoist throws the ghost blood curse into the Death World, it will be time for us to rush in. Taoist Shen Qing had already come over to give instructions. On the 8th day, everyone held their breath, and their eyes were fixed on the blood-colored whirlpool. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, Di Jun won't be able to arrive. But at this time, the space outside the blood spirit abyss suddenly shook. In the sky, outside the blood-colored clouds, a bright light suddenly flashed. An invisible formation diagram appeared above the blood spirit abyss. The formation diagram condensed, trembled, and was incomparably complex. No one present could understand it. The formation diagram of the gate of the universe. Divine Emperor Yu Hua panicked, and he grabbed Long Chen's arm. The formation diagram was condensing, and it was becoming real. Once it was completed, Di Jun would definitely come out of it. Taoist Shen Qing and the others also noticed it. They were originally nervous, but now they were extremely puzzled. What is Divine Tai Hao's Gate of the Universe doing in the 3rd heaven, and to use the Gate of the Universe? This is too unfriendly. Taoist Shen Qing had just remembered that this was the Gate of the Universe, and then he suddenly remembered that Di Jun was also in the Tai Hao territory, and that Long Chen was here. His eyes immediately fell on Long Chen, and he said, Di Jun borrowed the Gate of the Universe to find you. For a moment, almost all the Divine Emperor's eyes fell on Long Chen. Long Chen could only nod. Taoist Shen Qing looked at the formation and said, in less than 6 hours, he will appear. Good luck. Of course, during this time, the death rain will open at any time. Whether you want to run or wait, it's up to you. This was undoubtedly the most difficult decision. Long Chen's heart raced, and in the God Nation, everyone was also panicking. Di Jun is here. He's coming. Long Chen was still their pillar at this time, so even under such circumstances, they still waited for Long Chen's decision. Let's go, we might still have a chance to escape at this time. Divine Emperor Yu Hua's voice became hoarse, and his eyes became slightly moist. He could only sigh that fate was playing tricks on people. Who would have thought that Di Jun would still appear at this time? All his previous joy seemed like a joke at this time. Long Chen stared at the formation diagram of the Gate of the Universe. He was not reconciled to it. He had already come this far. A brand new hope was right under his feet. Why could he let him flee through the myriad realms, control his life and death, and force him to such an extent? The more solid the formation diagram was, the more it was a blow to him. Who the hell is he? Is it Di Jun, the number one on the Divine Emperor ranking, who used to be John Doe? The people of the other two heavenly palaces were all discussing this matter. They gradually figured out Long Chen's identity. Amidst the countless discussions, Long Chen was under a lot of pressure. This was the most difficult and uncertain gamble he had ever made. And the most terrifying. Actually, even if I escape now, I won't be able to escape from him, and I will lose all my chances. He was not reconciled to it. Through his analysis, he still decided to stay here. Staying here was the real gamble, an even bigger one. After he made his decision, everyone in the God Nation fell silent. Then, they were filled with confidence for Long Chen. Relax, you can deal with him. We have always supported you. Lingxi's voice was like a sweet spring. Big brother, don't worry. No matter what, we can't be cowards. At worst, we'll just die together. What's there to be afraid of? Let yours truly fight and he'll be dead in an instant. Hearing these voices, Long Chen became even more determined. Gutsy. Taoist Shen Qing couldn't help but admire him. In the face of such a strong enemy, he didn't waver at all and stayed here. This was a kind of courage. If it were him, he might have already started running. After all, everyone believed that only by running would there be hope, and that staying here was hopeless. However, Long Chen knew that it was just a facade. Escaping was the true path of death. Time passed in the most torturous way. Every God Emperor was looking at Long Chen as though they were watching a show. The formation above his head was becoming more and more solid. Behind him, the blood-colored vortex was still spinning. Without a word, Long Chen turned around and stopped at the position closest to the vortex. At this time, the blood mist had almost swallowed him. Di Jun's appearance made him the main character. I'll accompany you. Celestial Emperor Yu Hua smiled faintly and stood beside him. 6 hours later, the formation diagram solidified, and a tremor that shook the third heaven occurred. A figure could be faintly seen within it. Chapter 29:44. Behind him, the blood-colored vortex was still spinning. In front of him, the figure that looked like an emperor had become clear. The Gate of the Universe allowed him to cross realms from the southern Taihao territory to the western Panga territory, in between the three heavens. Presumably, even if he was on the other side, he knew Long Chen's current location and came over in one go. The eternal level Gate of the Universe was like a magnified version of Lingxi's shifting stars. Actually, Long Chen could still choose to escape now. He could just let Lingxi use stellar transposition. However, he had a premonition in his heart that no one would be able to escape from Di Jun's grasp of the laws of space. Stellar transposition. This was the first time that Long Chen was so close to him. Around them, hundreds of God Emperors fixed their eyes on Long Chen. They had two thoughts on why Long Chen still dared to stand here. One was that Long Chen was scared out of his wits. The other was that he had the courage to stand here because he knew that even if he escaped, he would not be able to escape. I heard that he's a genius. I wonder why he has a conflict with the number one on the God Emperor ranking. Yeah, to chase Long Chen across realms, it must be a grudge of life and death. Pop. After the formation of the Gate of the Universe vibrated, Di Jun's figure gradually solidified. Long Chen saw him clearly. He had seen Di Jun in the statue of Di Jun Celestial City. Mysterious and domineering. At first glance, Long Chen could tell that this guy had the strength to crush great monarch Chongsheng. In fact, he might even stand a chance against a supreme god. It was as if he and great monarch Chongsheng were on completely different levels. This was like the difference between the number 1 on the God King ranking and the 18th on the God King ranking. The difference between unrivaled heavenly god and the demon spirit was like the difference between Di Jun and Emperor Chongshang. Unrivaled heavenly god's god-slaying flying dagger could probably kill the demon spirit instantly. Di Jun had appeared. What left the deepest impression on Long Chen was his eyes. One was fiery like the sun, while the other was illusory and mysterious. His temperament was similar to the legendary Shen Jun, but it was different. It gave people the feeling that Di Jun was not much weaker than Shen Jun Long Chen. His voice came from the sky. Even though there were hundreds of god emperors, he still fixed his eyes on Long Chen and looked into Long Chen's eyes. Di Jun had been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. I'm surprised that you're not running away. Today, I'm going to avenge my daughter. Di Jun had yet to completely leave the gate of the universe, but his voice could already be heard. Only then did everyone come to a realization. No wonder the number 1 on the Divine Emperor board was chasing Long Chen all over the world. It turned out that Long Chen had killed his daughter. However, Long Chen knew very well that he was only saying all this to cover up his true motive. His true motive was the Origin Dragon Palace. Cold eyes. In the God Nation, everyone's heart was racing. Their fates were about to be judged at this moment. Their lives were already in Di Jun's hands. Any resistance was futile against such an existence. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He had had enough of being chased. This was his last chance, and he was not willing to give it up. Anyway, the gate of the death world would open sooner or later. He did not believe that there was no way. At most, he would just rush into this whirlpool. However, the hatred of being chased by the myriad worlds must be avenged. Di Jun treated him like a mouse. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to kill this cat. Since both of them came from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and were the 2 strongest existences born after the Dragon Sacrificial Continent era, they must fight to the death. Di Jun had the intention to kill Long Chen, while Long Chen had the intention to kill him. His hatred for Di Jun had already reached its peak. This person was his sworn enemy. Only by getting rid of him could Long Chen have a bright future. Otherwise, it would be an endless path of escape. It was already admirable that he had the will to fight against Di Jun. The only thing Long Chen could rely on was the sacrificial spear. He held the sacrificial spear with one hand and was ready to fight. No matter what, he had to persevere until the gate of the death world opened. His gaze was firm and persistent, without any hesitation. Yu Hua, come here quickly. Yue Hua turned pale with fright. Divine Emperor Yu Hua really stayed by Long Chen's side and turned a deaf ear to Yue Hua's shouts. Instead, he looked at Di Jun with vigilance. Obviously, he wanted to help Long Chen. Long Chen remembered this kindness. In his most dangerous time, this woman whom he didn't know actually stood by his side. Of course, everyone in the God Nation was also accompanying Long Chen. It was just that Long Chen didn't want them to come out. Boom. The diagram of the gate of the universe suddenly disappeared. Di Jun appeared clearly in front of Long Chen, clear and real. This was the real him. Dignified, mysterious, domineering, and full of mysteries. To be honest, he was very similar to Long Chen. The aura of a dragon. At that moment, Long Chen smelled it. There was the aura of a dragon on Di Jun's body. That inherited blood essence should be a supreme divine dragon. This was actually terrifying because he had lived for a long time. Moreover, he was also a person of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and could inherit the inherited blood essence. If he had obtained the Origin Dragon Soul and experienced such a long time, he was actually already very terrifying. This Di Jun might still be hiding his strength. Growing up in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he had far surpassed the other gods and obtained an enormous amount of resources. Long Chen himself was very clear that if he was allowed to develop himself, he, who possessed the Origin Dragon Palace, would become extremely terrifying after tens of millions of years. Even if Di Jun only possessed a very small portion, after 1,000 years, everything would already be unimaginable. This might be the reason why he could even borrow the gate of the universe. Towards this person, Long Chen had a deep fear and respect. Heh! Di Jun faintly smiled as he descended from the sky. In his eyes, Long Chen, who was standing in front of the gate of the death world, was like a helpless child. After chasing you for decades, you should be proud of yourself. Di Jun was getting closer and closer to Long Chen. Long Chen's time was getting shorter and shorter. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Di Jun. That shadow rapidly turned into an extremely ordinary-looking old man wearing a tattered Taoist robe. Long Chen could only see his stooped back. He appeared out of nowhere and blocked Di Jun's path. Dao Ancestor Shangqing, I came from the same place as this Long Chen. I hope Dao Ancestor can give way and let me capture him. Facing this supreme god, Di Jun did not seem to be too respectful. Instead, he spoke with a tone of an equal. No matter what, the third heaven is our territory. You used the gate of the universe to come here without our permission. This is wrong. Dao Ancestor Shangqing said with that withered voice. His voice was very faint, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. It made people feel like they were in a dream. At the end of the day, what he meant was face. Di Jun stared at Long Chen and smiled faintly. I'm really sorry to have disturbed you. After I capture this Long Chen, I will definitely apologize to Dao Ancestor. It's because this Long Chen killed my daughter. I hope Dao Ancestor can forgive me for my eagerness to take revenge. With that, Dao Ancestor Shangqing seemed to be satisfied. At least in front of his descendants, he was able to save face. Of course, he didn't really want to protect Long Chen. He and Long Chen weren't related in any way. It wasn't worth it to make a mortal enemy like Di Jun for Long Chen. Judging from the current situation, once Di Jun entered the Supreme Deity realm, perhaps even he, the Shangqing Dao Ancestor, wouldn't be a match for him. Dao Ancestor Shangqing turned back into mist and disappeared in front of Long Chen. From now on, there was no barrier between Long Chen and Di Jun. Hundreds of deity emperors did not care about this. They watched this scene expressionlessly. Only Emperor Yuehua was anxious. However, she was anxious for her sister, not Long Chen. You have lived a glorious life. However, you have fallen into my hands. Naturally, Di Jun would not kill Long Chen so quickly. He extended his hand to capture Long Chen. He wanted to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace. If he killed Long Chen here, the Origin Dragon Palace would be exposed. Long Chen's gaze was cold. The heaven's sacrificial spear suddenly pierced out. The power of the Thorn of Karma pierced out and hit the center of Di Jun's palm. The power of the Thorn of Karma forced Di Jun to retract his arm. In just over 30 years, he has already reached such a realm. It seems like if I don't get rid of you today, you will be the one chasing me in the future. You can't get rid of me, Di Jun. Long Chen was unhurried as he sneered. I would like to know why. Could it be a senseless trick to stall for time? Di Jun couldn't help but smile. Of course, he would not allow Long Chen to stall for time. Hence, he extended his hand again. The law in his hand changed. It should be the power of the space law. Let's end it here. After chasing for so many years, he was frustrated. In order to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace, he had put in a lot of effort. You are treating me like air. At this moment, Divine Emperor Yuehua stood in front of Long Chen. Facing Di Jun's attack, she calmly dealt with it. Although she was an ultimate deity emperor, she was still far from Di Jun. Any attack from Di Jun could injure her divine body. She was knocked onto Long Chen and had to be supported by Long Chen. It's embarrassing to let a woman protect me. Di Jun was unhurried. Divine Emperor Yuehua would find it hard to fight again. She didn't even see how Di Jun injured her. That pair of spatial hands grabbed towards her again. Di Jun. At this moment, a shout came from 10,000 miles away. It was a woman's voice. In the divine nation, Li Xuanji exclaimed, "That's my master's voice." Mo sang. She had appeared here. Then, the domain lord of Ninth Shade should be here as well. Hearing this voice, Di Jun's brows furrowed deeply. What a lingering ghost. Just as his voice trailed off, 2 women appeared in front of the blood spirit abyss. One of them was indeed a supreme god, the domain lord of Ninth Shade. Before Long Chen arrived at the third heaven, Mo Sang had once sensed their location. Perhaps Mo Sang had already guessed that they would come to the third heaven. They were chasing after Di Jun, so they had also moved here.